Also found that a DOJ staffer sent an unencrypted file containing USAID payment information and individuals' names to external DOJ personnel at the General Services Administration. Soon after, it was reported no disciplinary action was taken, despite the employee's failure to protect federal and non-federal employees' sensitive personal data and comply with security requirements. So again, Mr. Secretary, when employees who violate IT security rules are not held accountable, what does that message send to agents? Why don't you hold someone accountable?
Why are you bringing up USAID with me?
Because a DOJ staffer, GAO, found that a DOJ had payment information. Payment information.
USAID, I do not oversee. I wear many hats in this administration. Not one.
And this is still, this is a file containing payment information. Are you not in charge also of the Treasury?
That has USAID. That has nothing to do with us.
But payment information has nothing to do with it.
Again, it was not sourced at the Treasury. Why are you bringing this up with me?
So GAO provided 6 recommendations to address identified weaknesses, including ensuring staff agree to comply with IT.
Recently, President Trump proudly claimed that he doesn't think about Americans' financial situation when it comes to the war with Iran. So I want to ask you, Secretary Bessent, do you agree with President Trump that you also do not care about Americans' financial situations?
Congresswoman, who was the president during World War I?
Can you,
no,
are you refusing to answer my question?
No, I'm asking, who was the president during World War I?
I don't know, but clearly you are not answering my question.
World War I was. But let me tell you.
So I'm clearly getting the idea that you do not want to answer whether you agree with President Trump that you do not care about Americans' financial situations.
President Trump does care about Americans' financial situation.
Well, he actually said that he doesn't.
No, that is a truncated thing, like everything is, that he is future-proofing, because I can tell you Americans' financial situations would be devastated if Iran got a nuclear weapon and there was a permanent shutdown of the flow of energy out of the Middle East.
Well, then let me ask you, was your prediction...
And I promise you that President
I'm taking my time back.
I will promise you that President Woodrow Wilson, who was president during World War I, the Germans did not attack us. That he got into that. It was
or you're not answering the question, so let me ask this.
And I guarantee
was your prediction that Americans would face only 50 days of temporary...
Terry, do you know what the SNAP fraud rate actually is, according to the most recent estimates from USDA? The fraud rate.
Well, that is based on data we're receiving from the states that we can't verify. That's the whole point of this, is we have no ability to verify California, Minnesota, where the fraud has been
reclaiming my time. It was 1.6%, according to USDA.
Your state is saying we only have 1.6% fraud rate, which we all know is an absolute joke.
I'll say it again. To understand the difference between error rates and fraud rates. I honestly don't. It is one of the lowest fraud rate in any program in America is the SNAP program.
The lowest fraud rate of any program in America is the SNAP program? You can't be serious when you say that.
Your own data says 1.6%.
Again, that's because the states, your state has told us that number, and you won't allow us to confirm it.
Look, they don't want to talk about how they voted to cut the child tax credit in half for 40 million people, voted for higher rates on low and middle income families, for a $5 trillion tax hike, and if I were the Democrats, this side of the aisle, I would be terrified how many Americans applied for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, reduced taxes on Social Security, and deductibility of auto loans.
7.5 million no tax on tips, 29 million overtime, seniors 35 million.
Mr. Arrington, your time has expired.
Unbelievable. Keep up the good work, Mr. Secretary.
Are you in favor of eliminating the gas tax?
We have moved to...
Are you in favor of eliminating the gas tax?
We would like to work.
Are you able to answer that, or is that not answered?
Well, if I'm not interrupted, I can, Congressman.
Well, I'm waiting for your answer.
We have asked Congress to move to eliminate the gas tax. That is done through statute.
You have moved that. So you're in favor of eliminating the gas tax?
We have asked for that.
So we can join bipartisanly today because you're in favor to eliminate the gas tax.
Again, the White House has asked for it, sir.
They have? Why isn't it before the committee for a vote?
I don't run the agenda.
Well, it's good to hear that we're in favor of something that we can work on bipartisanly that will help relieve people who need it the most. Forgive me, but people in my district aren't doing cartwheels over this economy.
We follow the instructions of our lawyers, and we obey the law.
I hope that you're proud of your performance today, Mr. Secretary, because I
hope you get some social media
it's pretty
clips.
safe to say that this is probably the most corrupt Treasury Department in our nation's history. And while you dance around questions to protect Trump, Americans are suffering in Trump's spiraling economy.
And
inflation is now rising faster than average hourly wages. Gas prices are at an all-time high with the war in Iran. The cost of groceries has risen 3.2% over the past years, and prices on most goods have gone up because of Trump's tariffs. So I don't see how you could call that anything other than a failure of the most corrupt Treasury Department in history.
Your time has expired, Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you. My time has expired.
Secretary, I would love for you to respond to the accusations at your department, because I think you are due the opportunity for that.
The Congresswoman is slanderous. She has nothing but the unsubstantiated opinions, and I will not stand for that. There is nothing corrupt. We move at the highest levels, and just because she cannot get the answer she wants, if she would like to give me facts, she seems long on facts, short on facts, long on hot air, and I will not stand for that.
Recently, you described it as good news that roughly 4.5 million people have been, quoted, moved off SNAP. Now, if those families were leaving SNAP because of wages were rising and people no longer needed assistance, I think we'd all celebrate that. But that's not what's happening. The reality is that 4.5 million people were kicked off the program to pay for tax cuts for the wealthy through H.R. 1. Families and children are not leaving the SNAP program because they're doing better. They're being forced off because of eligibility changes, new administrative barriers, and states preparing for the enormous cost shifts that they know is coming. And you know this. So I'm really struggling to understand why you think pulling the rug out from under children, seniors, veterans, and families that have fallen on hard times, good news. Can you explain why Americans should view losing access to food assistance as good news when grocery prices remain high and food insecurity continues to affect families across this country?
Yes, ma'am. I would love to explain. Thank you. So SNAP increased 40% under the last administration. The amount of fraud, as I mentioned, in the red states, 200,000 dead people.
Reclaiming my time. I mean, this is really part of a disturbing pattern here. Farm bankruptcies are at a record high, but the president is saying that it's a golden age. Madam Secretary, millions of Americans are going hungry, and you're saying it's a success story. The administration keeps pointing to numbers it wants Americans to see, but families, farmers, and rural communities are living with consequences of the numbers you don't want to talk about. I really, really hope you can get your facts straight before January of next year.
We have more exports. We have everything is in better shape. I just don't think you want more people to work. I think that you want more people on government programs and not working. It's remarkable.
John Lee's time has expired. Now. You thought yesterday was bad. Well, they started it up all over again today. All over again today with their pontificating and screaming and reclaiming my time. I didn't ask you to talk. I asked you to come here. I didn't ask you to stalk. Shut up. You look ignorant. It's amazing. And again, you can see the Trump administration, the cabinet, once again, we're not taking it. Screw off. We don't care. You see, what you're seeing, and I want you to focus on what's going on today. By the way, that last black woman who was talking about all of the different stuff that's going on in her state, well, she's in Ohio. And the stuff I'm going to be telling you about the DOJ is this big, giant bust they hit in Ohio, right where she is, right under her nose. The lady before her was from the state of Minnesota, where you've been seeing everything happening in Minnesota. So what you're seeing, and I think now you have to step back and watch, because there is a huge amount of news, but there's an overabundance of opinion, propaganda, and straight up bullcrap. Excuse me. I do not hold myself out to be a journalist. I'd say 90% of what I say is opinion. I will let you know it's an opinion, but it's based upon the facts that I'm actually seeing. And the facts that I'm actually seeing right now, and if you step back and look at what's going on and start putting these breadcrumbs together, you are indeed seeing the obliteration of the deep state. The narrative that they want to pitch no longer is valid. They don't even want objection. They don't even want response, because they're holding on to the last vestiges of that deep state. And you can even tell that that's what's going on, because every single one of them is reading. Somebody has fed them. Read this question, moron. So do you think that 1.6% of people, blah, 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 blah? If you knew, you could just say it. Hey, who was the president during World War I knew exactly where he was going. That idiot, who's an elected official, didn't know. She didn't even know that the president during World War I was Woodrow Wilson, the socialist, brain trust. She had no idea where he was going with that. And if you heard some of the questions, again, just from yesterday and now again today, it's USAID. And if you start putting those breadcrumbs together, you're freaking out about USAID. You're freaking out about SNAP. You're trying to say, excuse me, that there's no fraud. All these different things are adding up to what they're really concerned about. Money. Slowly but surely, he's turning off the spigot. Now, here's where they really begin losing the entire narrative. And I understand there may be many of you here who are on fixed incomes. I'm not talking about you. You've worked all your life. You got to where you are. You decided to retire, and you're living on a fixed income. Nobody should have a problem with people who are doing that. The problem is the narrative that they are talking about are people they're forcing to stay on these programs. And if you notice what Brooke Rollins said, the lady talked over when she was talking about the Minnesota fraud. She's like, illegals. She said it like 3 times, because they don't want to admit that's who's coming off these databases. That's who's being extracted from these programs. The money is being turned off slowly but surely. And they're trying to say, as many times as they can yell it, that people are starving, those poor babies, the poor black children. How can you do this to people? Because that's not the people they care about. They care about themselves, their donors, and people who are just subjects to all the different moves that they want to make, the chess match that they're playing. Excuse me. It's insane. And you have to be able to discern and sit back and go, I understand what Trump is doing. I understand why these people are now acting like kindergartners, why they're screaming. Their power is being taken from them. Their money that they've been stealing has been taken from them slowly and methodically. One by one, things are getting turned off. And they know it. And the part that really drives them crazy is the only thing that they have been able to hold their hat on is by talking about gas prices. You been checking gas prices lately? Obviously, these Democrats haven't. If they've been checking gas prices, if they've been checking oil prices, they would see that things are coming down, just like Trump and Bassett said. There's no debate. Data is clear. Numbers don't lie. Other numbers aren't lying either. And to me, I just don't know how people aren't paying attention to real news and looking at what's going on. Look at that. It's green across the board. The stock market is flying. I mean, let me just refresh in case that was sitting there. Where are we? And yeah, still up 800 points. Everything is green. Everything. Well, then, how can the economy be so bad? How can it be that people, can't eat, can't feed themselves? You're talking about probably a small denomination of people, and the people who truly can't feed themselves, there are plenty of programs out there, because anybody who's in a situation where they need help, they should, and they are getting that help. It's the randos out there who can't. It's those people who have been gaming the system, not for a couple bucks, for millions, billions. That's what's happening. And when you see these kind of numbers and people say Wall Street doesn't relate to Main Street, it doesn't trickle down, it doesn't do anything, that's the biggest crock ever. Since I can't even remember, the stock market has indicated the fluidity and liquidity of funds and capital going back and forth. We're over 51,000 by a lot. Might even make a high today. It's definitely been an intraday high, one of the highest things during the day. And then you want to go further. Let's go a little bit further. Let's look at AAA. National gas average, which includes California, national gas average dropped 20 cents this week. Just this week. Well, that's news. That's factual. That also includes California, Connecticut, and all the other states. So that's 20 cents in 1 week across the entire country. Democrats talking about that? Nope. Don't even bring it up. Gas prices are way too high. Yeah, okay, well then how about we look at this? Look at this on the same website. This is the chart showing the gas prices over the last, since 2012. 2012 is in one yellow, 2023 is in another yellow, green is 2024, blue is 2025, and 2026, it right now is in the red. And so if you look at that, you can see where the puck is going. It's been a straight, right now we are in a straight decline. What they don't want you to know, which is, basically under the superimposed 424, is they don't want you to see the gold line in the back. The gold line in the back was during the Biden administration, when it was upwards of close to 550. We haven't gotten close to that. We've gotten nowhere near that. Even in the worst part, which looks like it was probably early May before it started falling, we didn't get anywhere near where it was. Did you know that? Probably. They don't talk about it. The Democrats don't talk about it. Oh, it's awful. Everybody's broke. Nobody has any money. It's incredible. Groceries, well, I told you many times, Democrats cannot exist because except for the fact that people, or they're forced to, have short memories. They don't want you knowing that data right there. By the way, look at the data, I don't know, when Trump was president, and it was way down below $3, which is where it will go back to. They don't want you seeing actual numbers. Actual numbers terrifies these people. They need to make things up. And the reason is it is truly the obliteration of the deep state over and over and over. And you just can't look away from it. It is what it is. Nobody's making it up. I'm not making it up. You can actually see the numbers. So what you're seeing are these people freaking out because they now know without any doubt that things are getting better for Americans, but they're not so good for the people from, other countries. And it's not good at all for the Democrats. So President Trump is due to come out at 3 o'clock. And he's going to be talking some more about some movies doing today. He's going to be talking about coal mines, which has got him all freaked out again because of climate change and all that crap. But what it is spreading money around the country so that people can experience the boom themselves. Why aren't people talking about the boom? Why aren't people seeing it? Why is it when you, I don't know, maybe your own circles, why is it that people don't understand when they're looking at this, what it really means? Well, I'm going to tell you, because most people don't talk about it. Most people don't want to talk about it, don't want to know. They think it's out of reach. Yesterday, SV brought it up, and I laughed because I was doing my research as well. It is now June 4th. I'm going to tell you, over the next 8 or 9 days, we are going to see a veritable explosion. And I'm not talking about a war in Iran. By the way, is there still a war going on in Iran? I don't know. I don't know. I can't tell. But over the next 9 to 10 days, you need to make whatever moves you need to make and begin to strap on to the beginning, the rumbling of the rocket ship. Literally. Like SV was saying yesterday, SpaceX has its IPO on June 12th or June 13th. If you see these numbers now, you're looking at that now, you can take a snapshot and feel free and say, Barry, I took a snapshot on June 4th, and you said things were going to take off, and here's where they are on June 12th or June 13th, if I'm wrong. This IPO that's about to hit, which everybody wants, which everybody's like, I need to get some of this, is going to be simply mind-blowing how much money is going to come into the market, into these stocks, into this IPO. There was another IPO today that went out, absolutely crazy. How is that possible? How is it possible that so much money is being moved around and is being liquid if what the Democrats say are true? Saw this today. It made me laugh, actually. Where is it? Joe Pompliano says the cheap for right now. If you guys don't follow the NBA, right now Knicks are playing the Spurs in the NBA Finals. Joe Pompliano says the cheapest ticket at Madison Square Garden for Game 3, President Trump will be there, of the NBA Finals, the cheapest ticket is $7,500 in Section 420. This is the view from that seat. It is like nosebleed city, way the hell up there. To get a ticket way there where you need binoculars to see the court, it's going to cost you what did I say? $7,500? Yeah, $7,500. To which I was like, well, Trump economy sucks. Everyone is broke. Take my money and shut up. I don't know. I guess I'm at a point right now. I can't wallow into that area. I realize now that X is the market. We used to call it the marketplace of ideas. It's the marketplace of bitching right now. It's the marketplace where people who have nothing good to say, that there's nothing going on in their lives, that they can really trumpet and applaud. So they come to X to moan, bemoan, and bitch about. And for some reason, they have found great company. And that's one of the things you have to realize. It's not real life. Real life doesn't exist the way the people on X exist. Real life, there are people actually out there paying $7,500 for a ticket in section 420 where they're going to need binoculars. That's real life. Real life is when the entire highway is filled and airports are packed because people are still traveling and going all around the country. That's real life. I'm not making it up. You can see it. That's not even an opinion. And I don't mean to, and I won't embarrass somebody, but I get these kind of comments sometimes, and I just want to draw your attention to underscore what I'm saying. This guy says, well, the economy is what it is. The fact that the 2-generation leagues in the USA have been robbing fans for almost 2 generations is another matter. And I put up a little, any videos of them stealing people's money? When people say I'm being robbed, they're stealing, it's too expensive. The problem with that thought, and I don't mean to be offensive to anybody, and if you don't like it, the exit's right there. I went to school back in 1976, 75, sophomore year economics, when I was taught supply and demand. And the supply and demand told me, and I've learned it, and I've used it, and I've grown with it, and I understand completely the supply and demand. And that supply and demand is, if people weren't paying $7,500 for that ticket, it wouldn't cost $7,500. If people didn't want to spend $5,000 to see, or more, to see Taylor Swift, she couldn't charge it. She's not robbing anybody. Nobody's robbing anybody. There are people out there enjoying the hell out of life. If anyone's robbing you, it's the Democrats. It's the media telling you life sucks. I can't tell you how many, and it's the one, I'll tell you, it's one of the fuels I get from doing this show. How many emails I get from people who say, I didn't think about it. You spurred something in my mind. I took a shot and oh, I can't believe I'm doing this. And it's everything from I used AI to I bought some silver to I started a business. And I realized there are so many people, and many of you are news junkies, but you're not getting news. You're getting opinion. You're getting propaganda. You're getting Democrat people who do nothing but bitch and tell you how bad your life is. And then some people believe it. And I'm done with it. I can't fake like life sucks. I can't fake like things are so bad. I want to enjoy as much of my life or whatever time I have left on this planet with all the gusto I can possibly muster. I want you to enjoy life to the fullest. I want you to, instead of sitting back going, it sucks, I can't afford this or that, to turn that around and say, what do I need to do to be a part of this movement? The MAGA movement wasn't about poor people. The MAGA movement was about opportunity. That's what President Trump is providing. That's why these people are bitching. They can only exist on people who find that they have no opportunity. That is part of the deep state. Yeah, we got you. Stay here, live here, you don't need anything. We'll give you free food. We'll give you a free bus pass. We'll take it from these people and give it to you. And some people said that's a good deal. But now something is changing. I just want to tap on this. I saw this story. Hopefully I have time to get into it. And I just wanted you to see this. Is it here? Yeah. I want you to watch this for a second.
New York Democrats argue the words mother and father are outdated and need to be replaced with more inclusive terms under state law. All that's needed now is Governor Kathy Hochul's signature. So if Hochul approves, in New York's family court and in domestic and education law, a mother would be labeled as a gestating parent, a father as a non-gestating parent, and paternity proceedings to determine the child's father would be called parentage proceedings. The bill passed the state Senate this week and the state assembly back in March. Governor Hochul proudly calls herself New York's first mom governor. It's unclear if she'll support this change, though.
I'm not familiar with what was introduced late last night, so I'll take a look at it. I have until the end of the year to review them and make a decision, so I won't be commenting on pending legislation.
New York would join other states like Massachusetts, California, Connecticut, and Colorado to change the definition and wording of parents in their state laws. Democrats argue the bill is necessary to accommodate surrogacy cases and same-sex couples. Now, Governor Hochul's up for re-election this year. Her main challenger, Republican Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman, tells Fox this morning this bill is a continuation of war declared on families by Democrats. Jackie?
Nate?
Just say no. I am not participating in gestating parent. I am not just non-gestate. I'm a father. You're a dad. You're a mom. Their problem is the genie is forever out the bottle. We are never going back. I want to tell you something. Not that I've seen it myself or anything, but people are telling me that there's a video going around from Miami Swim Week, which is just down here last week. And there was a rather curvy, vivacious woman in a very revealing bathing suit who kind of bubbly bounced her way down the runway. And people went ballistic. And as of right now, it's a buzz on Twitter. It's everywhere. And I'm not saying to watch it as some sort of, how can I say this, Robin? I didn't see it, honey. But here's the problem for the Democrats. There must be 50,000 comments from people going, we are so back. Do you remember what the Sports Illustrated cover person was? I say cover person because they were putting Transformers. They were putting rather fat chicks. They were putting everything other than what the young male used to want. And this woman on this runway in one, 30-second or 60-second up and back completely changed the game to the point where the Democrats have forever completely lost this insane gender argument. Everybody who saw that video go, that's a real woman with a capital W. No doubt. But what's more important than all of the comments, all of the crazy lusting, all the jealousy, what's more important and what you have to understand and why it relates to the financial stuff that I'm telling you about is every single marketing director of any single company saw how people glommed to this woman's runway, her 60-second walk of fame, and realized that's what America really wants. Yeah, we want hot dogs. We want apple pie. We want music. We want men. We want women and all that other shit that you've tried to force on us for about a couple of years. You can take that, stick it in a box somewhere and never put it on a shelf ever again. So if you in New York want to call moms and dads gestating or non-gestating partners, have at it. The rest of the world has said no more. No more. We don't want it. And I guarantee you, when you see stuff like this, $7,500 for a ticket, and then when you look at other things like what's going on with the stock market right now, that's what people pay attention to. Wow, it's up 900 points right now. Just went to 51.6. You can't look away from fact. You can't look away from reality. Everything the Democrats have done for the last couple of years has been based on fantasy. I don't know whose fantasy, but it's based on fantasy. No, a man cannot become a woman no matter what you do. No, guys can't get pregnant and they can't menstruate. No, we don't want you in our sport. No, 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 and no. That's why these people are freaking out too. In addition to President Trump turning off the money spigot, he's turning off that ideological bat poop crazy stuff they've been feeding Americans. I feel bad for the younger kids who still buy into that, but I'm telling you, this one woman with her 60-second walk got every marketing director. People called me, Barry, how did you know it was going to change? What do you mean change? I actually had a marketing person call me, Barry, you've been saying it. How did you know it was going to change? It never changed. People in marketing tried to force it on us. Remember Jaguar? What the hell was that commercial you guys ran? Your cars with the English-speaking villain guy, you sold cars. You put on a bunch of Transformers in different clothes, and everybody goes, no, I don't want none of that. The data is proof, not your feelings. Not your ideology, not your DEI. And so that one woman, if you haven't seen that video, she changed everything in 60 frickin' seconds. We're not going back. Don't let them take you back. Ignore it. Don't buy it. Don't put any attention into it. They call Trump names, and at the same time they got this Nazi up in Maine. Everything they do is an illusion. It doesn't make sense. It's fake. You see what's happening with 60 Minutes. I'm going a little bit long here. I'm sorry. But the whole thing with 60 Minutes, they thought they could deliver their version of the truth. People stopped friggin' watching. You told President Trump to his face that the Hunter Biden laptop was fake. He's like, it's not fake. Oh, you know it's fake. We're done. We're done with Jim Acosta. We're done with Joy Reid. We're done with Rachel Maddow. And we're done with all your crap. Life is good. Make it good. If it's not good for you, find out how you can make it better. That's what I wanted to say. But I'll get into something else that tells you more about how they're going hard at the Democrats. But President Trump should be up at any minute. So if I have to keep going, I've got some other stuff I can tell you. Let me see if the feed is up yet. Inside the Oval Office, as of right now, no feed, but we are waiting. Let me see. Is SB around? You there? There you are, man.
Hey, I'm reclaiming my fraud. I'm reclaiming my fraud. Barry, do me a favor. Can you do the meanwhile meme, and then that last? I just sent you something on X. It's 34 seconds.
No, the meanwhile, I don't have it.
Okay, well, I'll say it. Meanwhile, so this happened in New York City with council members. No. You got to show people. You got to show them what's happening in New York City. They are so forked.
The people upstairs. Okay, you know what? I can play it without commentary.
Yeah, there's no music.
Without commentary. And oh gosh, this is news.
Meanwhile,
it's actually happening. I'm not making it up. Okay,
this is not AI.
SV wants me to show. I guess they decided to have their own fashion show in New York, and they had the fashion show inside of the New York City Council. And
make it make sense.
And so here was the person.
Look at the old guy. What the hell? What is this? YMCA. What? And they're all clapping like seals. Yay, yay. Oh my God, Barry.
man. Oh my
That's
God.
a man, baby. Yeah. You got twigs and berries.
Oh my gosh. You know, it's funny because I know there's people I know I haven't looked, but I'm sure there's people in chat going, play the other one. Play.
I already had that in Rumble. I'm gonna queue it up for my buddies over here.
play the other one. I haven't seen it. Wait, no. If I play that other one, there'll be someone busting in the door and smacking me upside my head. I'm like, nope, honey, I was trying to please SB. Not me.
I take it, man. If you get demonetized, take it out of my check, man.
Oh no, you wouldn't get demonetized. I'm talking about the brain and eyes. She fucking hit me like bang. What are you looking at? Nothing. SV wanted a video. Not me.
Oh my God. So what a opposite, right?
Yeah.
Other video, America Back. This video, demons. Demonic demons.
You look at this stuff, and I don't even know what they're applauding. I mean, if there's nothing
insanity.
Yeah, exactly. They know it's insane, and it's absolutely crazy. Oh my goodness!
It's a lot of projection too. I think a lot of these people are finally saying, "I'm so glad I could just come out of my closet and go crazy like this person." You know, I say put them back in the closet.
I got to play the first comment, the first comment, so you can see it. Hold on. Okay. So it's you see what the I effing hate this timeline, but what you don't see that they used her. Like, what is that?
Yes, I love it. What is that? What is that? What is that? Like a dog, yeah. What is that? I love it. She's gonna be a meme for the next 10 years, man.
And it fits so well. It fits so perfectly. What is that? I'm sorry. None of us can answer that question. That's a question.
That's a man, baby. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, Barry. I'm sorry, man. I've lost control of your show here.
Oh God. Oh, the next comment is even worse. The next comment, I'm gonna text it to you so you can send it to people because this next one is oh God. Hold on. As soon as you see it, you can put the link in the chat. I can't show it on the video. There you go. Did you get it?
Not yet.
Okay, let's go. Okay.
Oh, there it is. Oh.
And I love the comment. The comment is they are collapsing what they built. It's over. Nobody wants this stuff anymore. Nobody's going to allow it to be rammed down their throat anymore. It's done. It's done.
I am posting it right now, so if people want to see it, boom, it's in both chats. There you go, folks. Enjoy.
and it's true. They are collapsing what they built because now people are. It's almost like that movie, the Body Snatchers, is it? When they're walking down the street and like, they point at people. Yeah.
Takes off the glasses.
Yeah. Now that's what it is. We're looking at this and going, no, we don't agree with this.
No,
we're back, baby. We are back. And it was so funny because, you started. It is literally the most spread video on X right now, and it's 60 seconds of yep. That's. If you couldn't define it before, you can now define it. All right. There's Kamala. None of them. DEI Jackson. Hey, what's a woman? Well, hold on a second. Here's game over right there. That's it. All right,
folks. I just sent you the chat as well for if you want to see what a real woman looks like. The Sports Illustrated Miami Swim Week runway.
Hey, okay. I have a picture of a real woman, and she's been
with
me for 32 years, and I'm sure many of you ladies are in the audience are real women. That's not where we're intimating. What I'm saying is
compared to that other thing.
Yeah, compared to whatever this is walking around in here, and what you're going to see in that video is something they took away. They said that's not what it is. You need to be looking at Dylan Mulvaney and that kind of stuff. And they started forcing it down people's throat. It was unnatural. And it's people have had it. They've absolutely had it. And it's good. It's good. It's a good thing.
I was going to say, I do have some actual other news if we want time fill here, so let me know. I have a little short story.
I mean, if you've got something, because
sure. So Eric Doherty, I posted. It's probably a couple up on your X I sent you, but anyway, I'll send it again just so you don't have to go through the clutter. Copy link.
Is it the one about the
I just sent it to you.
Anti-ICE riots?
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Okay. All right. So it's official. If anyone didn't know that the anti-ICE riots and violence in New York, New Jersey are fueled by Marxist and leftist groups, get this, controlling nearly $1 billion in revenue every single year. And here's the kicker, and they are tax exempt. Make it make sense. So they are not only well-funded, but they use private chats and code words to carry out their operations. So obviously, we got to cut off their assets. I posted about it earlier. Fox says, this is a well-oiled machine, a well-funded anti-ICE activist network, and it links roughly 100 groups to protest outside of Newark ICE facility, Delaney Hall. All of them together control some $825 million in revenue, and many enjoy tax-exempt status. We are fighting it on all fronts. This is not something that's going away. So be ready for more peaceful protests this summer, folks. This is not going to be the last one. Trust me.
All right, so I'm going to lead into that here in a second.
Okay.
Says President Trump is now 17 minutes late. They haven't even turned on the cameras. So inevitably what happens is he's going to walk out and it just goes, boom, he's there. And so whatever I'm on, I'll switch to him as soon as he shows up. But in the meantime, I can get to the next piece. But
Sounds
first,
good.
Before he comes on, let me jump to our first, I'll talk to you in a second, our first sponsored post here. I want to talk to you guys a second about Qualia stem cell, and not that kind of stem cell. Can you remember a moment when your body just didn't heal like it used to, maybe after getting sick or pushing yourself physically? I hope you're still pushing yourself physically. You're going to need to between now and November. What went through your mind when you didn't recover? What's one thing you noticed about your body changing as you've gotten older? How has that affected your approach to health or recovery? Talk about time when you felt slowed down and you couldn't feel like you had everything ready to go. You're going to feel that too, because the amount of cortisol that's probably going to be in your body is going to be absolutely crazy over the next couple of months. Cortisol raises stress. So your body will slow down. You'll be physically or mentally slower and to recover. And what would you do if that were to happen to get yourself to bounce back faster? Well, it turns out the secret to healing, recovery, and resilience isn't just luck. It's stem cells. These are your body's built-in repair crew, but as we age, that system slows down. Fewer cells, weaker signals, slower recovery. This is exactly why Qualia stem cell was created. It helps you recover. Your cells are powerful. Make sure they stay that way with Qualia's innovative new stem cell formula. Think of stem cells as like the minions. They're the minions that go in and help you repair and they fix things up. It's like a pit crew for your body. And Qualia stem cell helps them do their job even better. Crafted with nature's most powerful healers like sea buckthorn and royal jelly, so you're ready to take on what's next. You don't have to accept slowing down. Helping your body renew, recover, reactivate your systems that keeps your body moving and thriving with something like Qualia stem cell formula. You only need to take it 4 days out of the entire month, preserving your body's regenerative capacity over time. So if you ever felt like your body just doesn't bounce back like it used to, whether it's after a rough workout or you're playing, pickleball like SB, getting sick, You know how I've been feeling and getting that voice back. Or just a wear and tear of life. This is for you. Qualia Stem Cell was designed to support your body's natural repair systems, helping you heal, recover, and keep you going strong. And right now, you can try it for up to 50% off at qualialife.com/Barry. And there's a bonus if you use the code Barry for an additional 15% off your order at checkout. That's qualialife.com/Barry. Your body is built to repair itself. Qualia just helps it do that better, quicker. And I want to give Qualia a big thanks for sponsoring this episode. Be right back.
One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet who millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
Try to figure out why that didn't come on. I know why. Hold on one second. I didn't click the little button here, and it shall come on momentarily as President Trump is speaking. And there we go. Right there.
The world. And here you can tell they're not progressive because this is not a progressive because progressives never wear or show an American flag. These are proud people from Oklahoma. They came from Oklahoma. And maybe we'll show that what it looks like because I'm sure the fake news will be thrilled. Take a look. This is from just a little while ago. Nice clean water. So we're here to talk about clean, beautiful coal. That's clean, beautiful water. That's the longest pool anywhere in the world. And here you can tell they're not progressive because this is not a progressive because progressives never wear or show an American flag. These are proud people from Oklahoma. They came from Oklahoma, a company from Oklahoma to do it. But you notice the American flag, he's proudly showing off his work. You know he's not a liberal and or a progressive. Used to be liberal, but they changed their name somewhere along the way because liberal wasn't working, but progressive doesn't work too. Well, the progressive is a beautiful term. They are not progressive. They're degressive. You got that? What do you think? Good. Daniel's great. He's a great reporter. And again, we have a picture of a gentleman in a cart proudly This is the head of construction for the job. So you can see it's just finished. This is just minutes before. And there's a gentleman named Secretary Burgum from Interior, Doug, who's been doing an incredible job. So Doug, we have 22 waterfalls. Most of them haven't worked for over 50 years. As of this morning, they all work beautifully, and they're clean. The graffiti's gone. The broken marble is fixed. Well, there's a way of fixing it. You use a thing called silicone and you fix them. And they look beautiful. All of the hate and everything is removed from them. Some of them done through stupidity, actually, but hate. But here's another picture. Now you can tell this is a proud American because he's got a flag. Protesters never have, the bad protesters never have flags up. They somehow don't like the flag too much, but we do. So that's great. We put in today, as you know, about Save America, the Save America Act. I don't know, someday the Senate and the House will get it done, although I must tell you the House has approved it about 3 times already. Save America Act right here. We have, everybody can see that. And then we'll talk about clean, beautiful coal. You're not allowed to say coal within the Trump administration unless it's preceded by the words clean, beautiful. Complicates our life, but it's good, right, Chris, wherever you may be? It is clean.
Got your back.
I'll tell you, it's effective. So the Save America Act is all voters must show photo ID. So you go to vote and you show photo ID. Not complicated, right? You know, who could oppose it? They say it's an 80-20. It's not. It's about 99-1, and we'll never find the one person. Andy, congratulations, Andy, on a big victory.
Thank you for your help.
That's a great. I appreciate it, but you're very good at what you do, and I've been backing you right from the beginning for a long time, right?
Backing you too, sir.
For years, that's right. You have. Thank you. Congratulations. You won a big election. So you have all voters must show photo ID, identification. All voters must show a little thing called proof of citizenship. Would you say that's 99-1, Mr. Pennsylvania?
I would say that's maybe 100 to 0.
I would think so.
At least it should be.
No, but they say it's 80-20. It's not 80-20. It's 99. And we've never found the one person. There's another one. Then you have no mail-in ballots, but we want to be liberal, as they say. Or we'll say we want to be progressive. So it's no mail-in ballots. You see that's what's happening in California. They're rigging the election. Now, maybe we caught them, and maybe they won't be able to get away with it. They tried with me. They did it successfully the second time. The third time, we made it too big to rig. Too many votes. They couldn't do it. They can only go. They sort of gave up at about 9:07 when they got slaughtered with the votes that came in. But no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. So we're being very progressive, and we just don't want cheating in our elections. And you see it happening in California. Those numbers are coming down rapidly. They found a lot of mail-in ballots last night, shockingly. So we don't want that. Then we added best of. This is best of Trump. No men in women's sports. No transgender mutilization surgery for our children. I would say that's pretty close to 99-1 also. No men in women's sports. I would say that's pretty good. We had the quarterback, Jackson, is the quarterback for the Giants. He's a big, strong guy. And I said, how do you think you do in women's sports, Jackson? He said, pretty good, sir. He didn't know I was joking. He was not worried, let me put it that way. He would have been the greatest athlete in the history of women's sports. You got to see the size of this guy. Like a male model, and he's going to be a great quarterback. So we talk about that. And so we just would like the Senate, Democrats, Republicans to pass it. Interestingly, Democrat people, not crooked politicians, because most of them are crooked, or they're sick, or they're Trump deranged. There is Trump derangement syndrome. But the people, it's 86, 87%. Democrats. I mean, Democrats are fun. I have a lot of Democrat friends, but I don't know, for some reason, when they go into politics, they get radical left crazy. and they're trying to destroy our country, but we're not going to let that happen. So today we're taking historic action to bring down the price of energy and the cost of living for all Americans with the power of clean, beautiful coal. If you look at China, if you look at so many of the successful countries, they're using coal. If you look at some of the real great failures countries, they're using wind. Just keeps blowing, 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 and puts you right out of business. Very expensive, most expensive energy there is. So wind is not working very well, but they keep it going, and because people get subsidies by countries that are stupid. Doug, I would say we haven't been long on wind. Do you agree with that? He understands numbers very well. You know, Doug was very, very successful. Believe it or not, I used to think it was in energy, but he was successful in technology, and he sold his company to, I think, Microsoft, right? And for a lot of money, and he ran for politics. He ran for office, went to North Dakota, won immediately, won governor, who was very successful for 8 years. And I watched him during one of the performances of some very talented people. And I said, we're going to get him to work for us. And then I said I was going to put him in charge of energy. And he said, sir, there's a better man than me for that one. Not in all ways you feel that, but in one way. In energy, you do. And that was Chris, right? Yeah. Where's Chris?
Right here.
Right behind you. He's a hard one to find. And Chris has done a fantastic job, and he's one of the reasons we're here today. We have had, we're right now double Saudi Arabia and Russia. If you double them up, that's what we produce, more than anybody else times 2. So think of that. As a result of the $700 million investment that I'm announcing today, we will protect 14 coal plants and 42 coal mines. It's a tremendous number. And build 2 new coal plants and 1 massive new export terminal, because we're exporting coal. Coal's a great business, really a big business, and it's real power. I mean, it's in terms of power, there's really nothing like it. You have so many different alternatives. They talk about some, but there's no real alternative. China, by the way, last year built 52 coal plants. They built about two windmills. You know, the only time they build a windmill is when they're trying to sell them to stupid people from the United States, the suckers. And by the way, and all over Europe, they sell the windmills, but they don't use them. I wonder why. They use coal plants and other things. These actions will support over 14,000 jobs and save the American people $50 billion in electricity costs. We're pleased to be joined by Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum. He has been great. I don't want to give him a big swollen ego, because then all of a sudden he'll leave me and I'll be stuck with Interior. I don't want to be stuck. But he's really done a great job. Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright, is fantastic. And maybe our MVP, what do you think, Doug? It's close.
Yes, right here.
What do you think? MVP, Lee Zeldin. And the job he's done is great. We had the auto industry in yesterday. They don't want people to fix their car. I said, that's strange. I've never heard of that. They have a thing to, nobody's allowed to fix their car. They gave a man 7 years in jail, actually, because he fixed his own car. So I thought we'd do something about that. But we'll get it all straightened away. Can you believe it? They want a bill that prohibits people from fixing. So if you're mechanically inclined, you know, I went to school with some guys, they were, in some cases, horrible students. But they could fix an engine blindfolded. They could take a car apart blindfolded. But they weren't too good at arithmetic and other things. But they were great. And so there's a move on to stop people from fixing their car. I didn't understand it. But we had a great meeting yesterday with the head of General Motors and Roger Penske, head of Ford. We had a great meeting, I think. Thanks as well to a friend of mine also for a long time, West Virginia Governor Patrick Morris. I won by 45 points, Patrick.
It's not enough.
I love those people. And Wyoming, I think maybe even slightly more than West Virginia. Right?
Just a little more.
We did pretty decent. I like this group of people. But Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon, respected guy, great governor, both of them really amazing. And Representatives Dan Muser, Riley Moore, Derek Van Orden, Juan Ciscomani, and Andy Barr. So you have a lot of representatives here that are fantastic. Today we're officially invoking the Defense Production Act to save 13 coal plants in West Virginia, Kentucky, North Carolina, Indiana, Tennessee, Arizona, Arkansas, Oklahoma, North Dakota, and Wisconsin. These were incredible plants, so productive, really producing a lot of the electricity, right? The electricity, and it's really the best at that. You know, when they find something better, Chris, I think we'll be all set for it, right? But they're a long ways from finding something better.
Coal's critical.
And so when you look at that, those states, West Virginia, Kentucky, North Carolina, Indiana, Tennessee, Arizona, Arkansas, Oklahoma, North Dakota, Wisconsin, what do they all have in common? Trump won them.
Wisconsin,
I won every one of them by a lot, right?
Yeah.
I'm not even mentioning Pennsylvania, which we won also, right?
Yes.
But we won them all. We won all 50. We had an honest count, if you want to know the truth. Our action will allow these facilities to invest in upgrades that will extend their operational lives for decades into the future, reinforce the reliability of our electric grid, which is really the biggest beneficiary, and most importantly, keep electricity prices very low for the American people. This brings the total number of coal plants that we've saved during my administration, just like when we said we saved 25 water fountains. Think of this. These are fountains, beautiful fountains that were so horrible to look at with the graffiti. Over 40 years, many of them closed over 40 to 50 years. The big one, the reflective lake, some people call it a pond, some people it's like a lake. But the reflective lake was built in 1922. It never really worked from the beginning, from 1922. That's a long ways. So it's over 100 years old. And it never really worked because they had the wrong base. It was always leaking. They didn't have what we have today. So it's pretty amazing what's happened. And, you know, I hate to say it won't leak, but it won't leak because we use a material that doesn't allow leaks. You know, it's like a swimming pool doesn't leak. You use the right. This is called swimming pool on steroids. So it's great stuff. And today's actions, we're also supporting coal mines and coal miners in Wyoming and Pennsylvania, Kentucky, West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, North Dakota, and New Mexico. And they're all going back to work. You know, it's interesting with the mines, that famous scene of Hillary when we went to West Virginia.
Yeah.
And she had just left another state and she was trying to convince everybody that they should go into technology, no longer be miners. And these guys in West Virginia, they didn't want to hear about it. They wanted to remember that scene around the table? And they talked to this beautiful, big, strong miner, and they wanted him to make computer chips. She said, we'll teach him how to make computer chips. His hands were so large, he couldn't hold a computer chip. He's looking at it. He had fingers that were like 3 inches around, and they're talking about making a computer chip. And he didn't like it, and he ended up being one of our best ads ever. She wasn't, and she did rather poorly. She lost, I think she lost by 77 points or something like that. Pretty tough to go knock coal, and then you go 2 weeks later to West Virginia to try and win the state. It didn't work out well for her. But the miners love us. What do you think we got with the coal miners? Would you say we got 90%, 100%? What do you think we were on this?
Pretty high.
Yeah,
probably higher than any group in the country.
Pretty high. Yeah, it can't be bad. Well, we did well with all the groups. I'll tell you, the group that now likes us are the auto workers, because we're building more auto plants now than at any time in the history of our country. So it's great to watch and see what's going on with the U.S. We're the most respected country anywhere in the world, and we were a dead country a year and a half. We were a dead country. We were laughed at. We were a mocked, laughed at country. Starting this summer, the West Gateway project will break ground, and by summer 2028, over 12 million tons of clean, beautiful coal per year will be shipped to countries all around the world. And this project's been delayed over 10 years, and Biden ended it, and then Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him, Barack Hussein Obama? Another one. He's another beauty. But that delay is now over, and it's going to be very productive. It's going to fuel our electric plants in particular. It's going to be amazing. Finally, we're taking nearly $200 million in that to set aside for the Green New Scam, and it was set aside for the Green New Scam, but the Green New Scam is history, and repurposing that money so that we restart a coal plant in Maryland and help build 2 brand new coal plants in Alaska and West Virginia. And these are all built with new technology. It's very clean. It's amazing how that's come along. It's all very clean. And the first new coal plants to open in our country since 2013. You couldn't open, you couldn't even think. They were only closing them. They were closing them, and you had brownouts all over the place. But you don't have that anymore, do you notice? Under 4 years of Sleepy Joe Biden and the radical left Democrats in Congress, not a single permit was approved for a new coal mining project. But in over 1 year of our administration, we've already approved 76 permits for clean, beautiful coal. Last year, we prevented 17 gigawatts of coal-powered electricity from going offline, and that's enough power for about 13 million homes. Think of that, 13 million homes at a very low price. It's the lowest price. So now I'd like to ask Secretary Burgum to say a few words, followed by Secretary Wright, Administrator Lee Zeldin, and then Governor Mark Gordon, and whoever else wants to say a few words, including my new friend, my new governor friend. So, Doug, go ahead.
Well, thank you, President Trump. With these announcements today and everything that your administration has accomplished so far since you've taken office, this administration has done more to save, protect, and expand coal in our country than any administration perhaps ever.
Clean, beautiful coal.
Clean, beautiful coal, absolutely, and none.
I'm only kidding.
That's okay. When you took office, the first thing you did was declare an energy emergency. Some people questioned that, but the prior administration under Biden had gone so far down the path of pursuing the highly subsidized, intermittent, weather-dependent sources of electricity that our grid was at risk. You understood that, and you understood that how key coal is. It's the backbone of having affordable, reliable, and secure American energy to power our country, power our electric grid, power our competitiveness in AI, and power all the manufacturing that's coming back. As you mentioned, with those record coal leases, this is where we take federal public land, lease it to the private sector. They write a check that comes into the Treasury. They create jobs, help support local communities. So there was 0 coal leases held in 4 years under the Biden administration. You heard the president talk about 76 here. We've slashed red tape. Those took years to get. Some of these projects for coal mining we've approved in less than 1 month under the emergency procedures. And we also have opened up for leasing another 13.1 million acres that people can bid on in our country on public land, and this is land that was set aside. This is not national parks, it's not wilderness area, it's not our wildlife refuges. This is public land that was set aside for the benefit and use of the American people, including energy development, making sure that we've got affordable, reliable energy. So using those public lands is what we're doing. And then the last thing within Interior, I would say we did strategically designate through the U.S. Geologic Survey, which is part of Interior, designate metallurgical coal as a critical mineral. So it's on the list, and that opens up a number of opportunities. But without metallurgical coal, we don't have coke, we don't have the steel industry. The Biden administration was indiscriminate trying to shut down our metallurgical coal as well as our thermal coal. So, and then the last thing you mentioned, the coal export facility, again, working through all the permitting to drive towards that so that we can be selling clean, reliable energy to our allies in the Pacific who want to do more trade with us. And lastly, again, thank you for creating the National Energy Dominance Council. Our executive director, Jared Agan, is here today, but Chris, Lee, and I I all have details on that team, and that operates right out of the White House, and that's why President Trump is able to get so much done so quickly. This is the first time ever we had a president with a White House council specifically focused on energy, and what an impact it's having.
Well, and thank you. Perhaps slightly less importantly, but I think very important, the National Garden of American Heroes is going to be unbelievable. And I'd like to know how you're doing on that, and how are you doing on the Great Triumphal Arch. So every city, just about every major city, has a triumphal arch. This is an arc that's a real bow, a beautiful bow to your military and military victories. Nobody's had more military victories, including recently, than we have. And they never got the arc built. It's been, the Civil War stopped it. That circle has been sitting there for a long time, for many, many years. And, I guess you could go back to, in 1902 they tried it, but in 1860 and 1880 they just never got it done. The Civil War stopped it the first time. That was a good reason. I think that's probably not a bad, that was a good excuse. But after that, it just never happened, and we're going to get it done. And so we're doing it with the Department of Interior, and we're also doing the National Garden of American Heroes, which is phenomenal. And we're doing something that just came up. We'll have a little breaking news here because nobody's heard of it. But at the Lincoln Memorial, the front was supposed to be the back was supposed to be the front. It never got built because they built two roadways behind it after it was built, and it shut off the gateway to the water. That was really going to be the main entry, and we're going to be doing that. It's called the Promenade. It'll be the Promenade. They want to call it the Trump Promenade, but I don't know if I want to do that. But it's going to be beautiful. It's a beautiful project, and it's going to take the Lincoln Memorial right down to the Potomac, which it was always scheduled to do. But when they built the roads, that was the end of that. But we have a way of beautifully going over those two roads, highways, very, very strong, very important roads, actually, as you know, from the bridge. But it's going to be great. So can I ask Doug for just a couple of seconds to talk about those three great projects that we're just starting?
Well, I'd say it's important for everyone to know that, as you described, these are plans and ideas that have existed almost since the end of the Civil War. But the McMillan Plan, which is the one that designed the National Mall as we see it today, that was in the early part of the 1900s, envisioned this connection that you would have the memorial bridge between the Lincoln Memorial and Arlington Cemetery. At the halfway point, there's a very large circle. It was designed to hold a monument. The arc that would go there is a fantastic complement and completion of this plan that's over 120 years ago, President Trump's vision of how to build that. And of course, President Trump has talked to President Macron from France. More people visit the Arc de Triomphe than even visit the Eiffel Tower. I mean, this would be a highlight for Americans to come. The views back at the city from the top of the arch would be amazing. The views from this side, from West Potomac, where the National Garden of Heroes was, looking across at the arch would be amazing. And of course, the promenade on the backside of the Lincoln is, as President Trump described, right now there's no pedestrian access. You're on the mall. People come from around the world. They don't know that 100 yards away is the beautiful Potomac River, which was part of the original plan. And now they'd be able to walk around the Lincoln Memorial, walk on a pedestrian bridge over the first highway, walk over the next one, and right down to the water. It would complete the vision. These projects would complete the original vision, the McMillan Plan. And how fortunate are we to have the builder-in-chief, someone who both has the vision and the understanding of how to get projects done that would, again, make our city safe and beautiful, just like the executive order President Trump put out last year has accomplished. And wow, we are ready for the celebration of our 250th anniversary. The city's never been safer. It's never been more beautiful, but President Trump's not stopping there. Vision that he has for these projects would extend for generations forward. So thank you, President Trump.
Thank you very much. Great job. And Secretary Chris Wright, please.
But no coal, no modern world. Stated another way, without clean, beautiful coal, a modern world is impossible. And we saw 17 years ago, President Obama's election, an all-out attack on the American coal industry, the industry that built our nation. We wouldn't have the buildings, the factories, the industry, the electricity grid we have today without the critical contribution of coal. It's been the largest source of global electricity for 125 years in a row and will be for decades to come. In the United States, it remains a critical source of our electricity, also a critical source for our industry. Can't produce steel and cement and other materials without coal. And beyond the impacts of coal in our electricity sector, just think of the direct impact on human lives. If President Trump had not been elected and inaugurated in January of 2025, and through his authority at the DOE, we were able to force keeping open 6 coal plants. As of today, there'll be a 7th one, and more than twice as many that voluntarily said, hey, if we're not going to have to close, we need to stay open. 17 coal plants were not closed in 2025 because of President Trump sitting at this desk and in this position right here. That saved 17 gigawatts of electric generating capacity, and the winter storm Fern that hit our country in the last week of January this year, conservatively, hundreds of Americans would have lost their lives if those 17 coal plants had closed. We pushed the East Coast electricity grid in the United States absolutely to the limit. A storm Uri hit 5 years ago in Texas, smaller in geographic extent, not the same magnitude. Over 300 people died. But because we had those coal plants operating and running, and not only did they run, wind power disappeared when the storm hit. Solar is irrelevant in the winter, so the things we talk about didn't even matter to our electricity grid except for cost burdens. Coal stepped up and produced 25% more electricity during this storm than its normal, reliable chugging out of electricity. Without those plants, without that increase in electricity production, we lost a lot of Americans, untold economic damage. President Trump is the president with the courage and the boldness to defend an industry that has been maligned for far too long and to recognize its importance. Americans are upset about high electricity prices. Blame closing existing reliable, secure plants and replacing them with subsidized, unreliable plants, a guaranteed way to drive electricity prices up. But this administration is committed to reversing all of that. That money we've talked about from the Defense Production Act, thankfully, because of the One Big Beautiful Bill and these fantastic congressmen sitting around me and governors, without that legislation, we wouldn't have the money and the Defense Production Act authority to keep open so many plants. It is hard to overstate the magnitude of this. If you look at our efforts across the whole government so far, 45 coal plants are open today that would not be open. Where would we be to reindustrialize America? Where would electricity prices be if we had let all of those plants close? But we're not doing it. All of those plants, that's $700 million of government funding, but it's matched with $1.7 billion of private investment from the owners and operators of those plants. All the people in those states that say, phew, we don't have to kick our industry out and raise electricity prices again. Common sense is returning to Washington, D.C. And for that, I'm incredibly thankful to be here in the United States government, to work for President Trump, who will stand up for what's right, bring common sense back, and reinvigorate an industry without which we would not have the America we have today. And we're going to reindustrialize America, win in the next generation of technologies, and we're going to do it in critical part because of a growing and thriving coal industry. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, Secretary Burgum. Thank you, Lee Zeldin.
Good. And Lee Zeldin, how about saying a few words?
For so many Americans, clean, beautiful coal is their source of heat, of energy, of warmth, of a job, an economy, a community, a family. And for too long, you saw Democrats who were telling these coal miners that they should just learn the code. And what we saw during the Biden administration at the EPA, for example, was regulation after regulation after regulation trying to strangulate out of existence coal, to destroy it. Enter President Trump. declares a national energy emergency, creates a National Energy Dominance Council, and he told us at the EPA at Trump speed to be getting rid of these regulations as quickly as possible on behalf of those Americans who want to just stay warm, who want to live the American dream, who want to have affordable access to energy. The Democrats were running for power to sit at this desk and to leverage that power to destroy these communities. Enter President Trump. He has saved clean, beautiful coal, and it's been an honor to be part of it.
Thank you, Lee. Great job, too. Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon. Thank you.
Mr. President, it's an honor to be here. Thank you to the secretaries who have breathed life into an economy in Wyoming that has been there for a long time. Wyoming produces the cleanest, most beautiful coal, low sulfur coal.
You don't mind if I push them, right?
And it's fun because we have a chance to educate our kids. Now, let me just talk a little bit about the other side of this. When a kid grows up in Wyoming, their education's paid for in large part by the coal severance taxes, by the royalties that come from mining that coal that was shut down by the Democrats. When they have a chance to get a job, they can go look to the coal mine. And it's not just digging coal the way we used to, it's high-tech jobs. You know, at this point, we don't mine coal the way we used to at all. It is very, very technologically proficient. And what's more important, it's environmentally sound. I would invite you to come and look at the reclamation that's happened in the Powder River Basin, and we can demonstrate that it's environmentally sound, that actually wildlife populations thrive and do better. Today, Mr. President, I really want to talk to you a little bit about our recent trip to Japan and to Taiwan, both countries that were going to forswear coal. And now they realize that they need that reliable, dispatchable, secure source of energy. But they can't get it as clean as they can from the Powder River Basin. So to be able to open that Oakland port is absolutely essential for the lifeblood of our state and for our coal mines. It is something that we tried to do in your first administration, and we almost got there. We actually were prepared to go through that, I guess, belt that we have on the West Coast with California, Oregon, and Washington, and finally enforce the Commerce Clause to allow states like New Mexico, Wyoming, Utah, to have access to that Asian market. And let me just tell you one last thing about that. It's not just about clean, beautiful coal. We have companies like Peabody that are now saying, we believe we can get rare earth minerals and critical minerals from what we're doing. So we are advancing technology, advancing the opportunities and the security of the state, all because of your vision, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mark, very much. Would you like to say something on behalf of West Virginia?
I would like to say, Mr. President, all West Virginians are so deeply grateful to you for your focus on protecting their energy jobs. The coal miners know the incredible importance of why we're here today, and to talk about the potential for new coal-fired power plants, that excites them. And I think West Virginians are really inspired because we're America's energy state. When you think about what's happening on the global scene, where that fight, that international fight with China for information technology supremacy, we believe that your policies are going to allow America to compete and win, and West Virginia is going to supply the coal, the gas, the nuclear to help make that happen. So I'm very excited by everything you're doing, even some of the relatively small things when you come in and you sign agreements with your administration, putting hundreds of people back to work. It's all making a big difference for West Virginia. So thank you, Mr. President.
Like, as an example, the Gulf of Mexico into the Gulf of America. It bothered me for many years. We have 92% of the frontage, and we made that little change. And Mexico was thrilled. They were thrilled about it. But that was a good one, right? You were telling me before that was a good one. It's about the United States now for a little while, if it's okay. Would you have any questions, please?
Yes, President Trump, this was just crossing as we were heading in here. President Zelensky wrote a letter to President Putin. He wants the two of them to meet to hash out the end of the war in Ukraine because he thinks you are too busy with the war in Iran. Is he right?
Well, I don't know. I'm glad that they're maybe talking about meeting. I think we had a lot to do with it. I know exactly what you're doing. But I think it would be great if they met. They should get it done.
Mr. President, there's been a lot of talk lately about the Treasury putting your face on a $250 bill. Have you seen a mock-up of the Trump $250 bill? And if that winds up being currency, would you ever be able to tip anyone anything but that?
Well, I think I'd probably leave it for everybody. I have actually seen something just about 2 days ago. I know it's been pushed by a lot of our supporters, and I'm honored that they're doing it, but we'll see how that all works out. But I have heard about it, and there is a group of people that really like the job we're doing, so that's a great honor. Yeah, please.
You announced just a few days ago that you're naming Bill Pulte as the acting director of national intelligence. There's been a little bit of a pushback from some Senate Republicans. Why do you think, Mr. President, he's the best person for the job?
Well, he's very smart. He's a person who's got high integrity. He's done a phenomenal job at Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. You probably have $1 trillion in value there. When he took over, it was much less. And I guess I'm responsible for that, too, because everybody wanted me to sell it in my first term for 10% of what it's worth right now. If I would have sold it, we would have lost $900 billion. We would have lost, think of it, it's probably worth $1 trillion. And I was offered, people want me to sell it at $100 billion, a very small percentage of what it's worth now. So, and he built it up a lot, did a great job. And it's an acting position. It's not a permanent. He's not going to be permanent because, I don't think he'd want to be permanent. But he's a very smart guy, and he may find out some things about the rigged elections, et cetera, et cetera. I think he'd like to do it. I think he wants to do it very much. Got a lot of energy. But he'll be very good. Again, it's not a permanent position. Right. We're interviewing people right now, but it's somebody just to take it over for a little while.
Does he have the necessary, in your view, Mr. President, the necessary national security experience to take on that position?
Well, I do, and I think he does, actually, because he's smart. Because a lot of national security, I wasn't greatly experienced in national security, and I think I've done a really great job with it. A lot of people would say that I've ended 8 wars, and soon to be a 9th. I hope that works out, too, Frankly, probably, and there's another one also. It could be 10. No president, I don't think a president's ended 1 war having to do with outside of this country. So, we've done a good job. I would say that Bill is a guy that will be able to figure it out very quickly. Again, it's short term, but he may be very effective for a short period of time.
Mr. President, so will there be a proportional share increase of electricity production as a percentage of our nation's electricity output? And my follow-up is, I took that historic trip with Secretary Wright of the small modular nuclear reactor on the West Coast early this year. Are we making more progress? Because I know how critical gas and coal is for the secure grid.
Well, the answer is we are, but Chris, you want to answer that?
Yes, our electricity grid essentially runs on gas, coal, and nuclear. Those are the 3 key sources. They're the backbone of the American electricity grid. We're in favor of seeing all 3 of them grow. You will see all 3 of them grow during this administration. And in fact, later today, before the sun goes down, you'll see a big announcement in the nuclear space related to the trip you came on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, President Putin said today that he was willing to make compromises that you requested to end the war with Ukraine if Ukraine was willing to make similar compromises.
Yeah.
What were the compromises that you asked?
Well, I'd rather not say, because Peter asked me. I think it was meant as a little wise guy question, but I'm not sure. But I'm very responsible when that happens. It's going to happen. They're going to both make compromises. I suggested those compromises. And, we've had a lot to do with it. We'd love to see they're 2 very good people. They're 2 very, incredible countries, beautiful countries. They've got to stop. Last month, they had 25,000 people killed. Soldiers, mostly soldiers. Some people, but mostly soldiers. And it's been averaging probably almost 25,000 people every month of soldiers killed. And I've been very strong on the fact that they've got to get that over with. So, but they do. I want them each to make certain compromises. I think they're going to do that. Yeah, Daniel?
Mr. President, thank you. You, through your actions, have saved and supported more than 100 coal plants in your second term. When you hear something like that and you try to create an environment where they're not just surviving, they're thriving, what does that do to the reliability of our energy grid, but to the economies as well of states like Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Wyoming? How does it bolster those economies?
Well, we were destroying our grid because we were relying on wind and other things that don't have the power, they don't have the strength, they're very expensive. Wind is the most expensive form of energy. It sounds good. Wind, beautiful wind, but it's very intermittent. But those windmills cost a fortune. They break, they kill the birds, they're bad for the environment. Nobody wants to be near them. The houses, I don't know how they got popular. They're not popular with the people. They're popular with investors because they get subsidy. But we pretty much cut that subsidy out, I think, Doug, right?
Absolutely. In the working families tax cut bill, it all expires, and since the subsidies have gone away, there's virtually no one, particularly offshore, no one is trying to build one of those projects in America. Turns out they weren't trying to generate electricity, they were just trying to generate tax credits.
That's right. You're supposed to be making money with energy. And here, wind, it needs subsidy. Energy shouldn't need subsidy. We have so many different forms of energy, but I've talked about it for years. Wind is the most expensive. It's the worst. It causes tremendous problems, and it does. It kills millions and millions of birds a year. Nobody mentions that. You'd think if that were anything else, everybody would be sued. If you kill a bald eagle, to put you in jail for like 4 years or something. And yet windmills knock them out of the air all the time. Nothing happens. It's disgraceful. So we're into energy that really works and works powerfully. Yes, go ahead.
And we're waiting outside to come into the Oval Office. Everyone's looking at the UFC structure, the claw. Are you happy with how that's coming along, and what are your expectations?
We put it up in 5 days. It's incredible. And I told yesterday the story of the Eiffel Tower, and it was 1889. It was put up. It was going to be brought down right after the World's Fair ended, which was up for a short while. And they said, well, let's leave it a little bit longer. Then they said, let's leave it a little longer. It never came down. That was 1889, the World's Fair in Paris. So I jokingly said, let me tell you a story about the Eiffel Tower. Now it'll come down after the fight. There were actually some people who said he wants to leave it up. Yes, please.
Mr. President, about the Columbus statue, Columbus Fountain at Union Station, it looks amazing.
Thank you.
And what does that mean for the relations between Italy and the United States?
Well, it means Italian people love Trump. Because, that was controversial. People want to rip it down. You see how beautiful it is. And we didn't only not rip it down, but Doug and his group and all of us together, we beautified it. It's I didn't know that marble was going to be so beautiful. Once we cleaned it up, you wouldn't believe it. When you saw that thing was loaded for 50 years with filth and graffiti and everything else. It's amazing. It's amazing how good. They did a really great job.
On the Strait of Hormuz, Mr. President, do you still want European allies' help? We're discussing energy today. And
well, we don't need the help.
What kind of help would you want?
We're the most powerful military in the world. We gave them a chance to help, but they chose not to. NATO. We went to the NATO countries. We went to others too, in all fairness to NATO. And I wouldn't say I gave them a hard sell, but I said, hey, if you'd like to help, it'll be wonderful. And they all turned us down. And, it's going to be an expensive proposition for them because they shouldn't have done that. They should have helped. We don't need it. We have our own. We have much more than we need in terms of oil and energy generally. But European countries and other countries, they need it tremendous. Some of the European countries need it really big. And they should have said, we'd love to help, but they didn't.
If you could choose, Mr. President, if you could choose, what would you ask them to do, sir? If you were...
Well, I would have asked them. There's not much. Look, we won. There's no Navy. There's no Air Force. We've wiped them out. We've wiped out their leadership and almost all of it. We've wiped out all their military leaders. They're down on the third. Now, maybe they're very good. I don't know. I can't tell you that. But certainly the first ones didn't do very good because they weren't. They were literally, after 3 days, almost the entire military was wiped out. They had to get new generals. And then after that, they had to get more new generals. And we knocked out their anti-aircraft, their Air Force. just about everything you can knock out. So, and then you read in the fake news that they're doing really well in the war. I mean, it's unbelievable. We knocked out everything there is to knock out, and you'd pick up the fake news and they'd say how well they've done. They're doing brilliantly. They have no Air Force. You know, they had exactly, we knew that, 159 ships. Andy, out of 159 ships, all 159 lie beautifully at the bottom of the ocean. We actually took pictures of them down there. And then you read the fake news, they say, well, their Navy is really great. You know what they have now? Little runabouts with a machine gun on the front. The ships don't even really deal with them. They're like a gnat, you know, they get off. That's all they have. It's crazy. You know, this country needs a fair press. And one thing I think that's done is expose how corrupt our media is. And I really do, while we're here, I hope the media looks at this election that's taking place in California, where they think it'll take 7 or 8 days to count the votes. Can you believe this? I mean, they spend all that money on the machines, the big voting machines. They think it's going to be 7 or 8 days before we know who won the election. But the numbers are looking strange because without any vote counting, the numbers dropped very precipitously for 2 Republicans that are doing well, that had been doing well. And I hope you're all watching it, because I'm watching it very closely.
Mr. President, are you worried that China is funding an anti-data center movement here?
No, I'm not worried about it. We had a great meeting with China. And, you know, they do things to us and we do things to them. I say it all the time. They say, oh, are you worried about China tapping your phones? I said, well, you know, they're worried about the same thing. No, we're very highly sophisticated. We've become very highly sophisticated. We had 4 years. I rebuilt the military. We had a military that was not good, and we rebuilt it. And I didn't know I'd use it quite as much, but we used it. Ukraine has been given a tremendous amount of our, without our military and our equipment, Ukraine wouldn't be alive to fight today. You know, I mean, just in terms of the question. We gave them hundreds of billions of dollars worth of equipment, and the best equipment. We make the best equipment anywhere in the world, but they wouldn't have lasted 1 or 2 days. They wouldn't have been able to do it. Remember the anti-tank missiles? Remember that, right? When the tanks got stuck in the mud, and then they went around and boom, 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 and those were given by yours truly. They said Obama gave sheets and Trump gave the anti-tank as one of the most devastating weapons. But you check that out. But we have the greatest military. We have the greatest military equipment anybody's ever seen before. Look at Venezuela. We went in there. It was over after about 48 minutes. And, you know, they have a strong military, different kind of a military, but a lot of soldiers. And you look at Iran, where we essentially wiped out their military. Now, there's some missiles left, but very few compared to what they had.
And speaking of our military and Iran, I wanted to ask you about this report that you would only restart the conflict with Iran if they killed U.S. troops. Is that your red line for ending the ceasefire?
If they killed?
U.S. troops.
What does that mean?
That you would restart the war with Iran if they killed U.S. troops.
Well, it would be a good reason. I'll be honest with you. If they killed U.S. troops, I think I would do that very quickly. Yeah, that's a very interesting question.
Iran, you responded to the vote in the House yesterday on the War Powers Resolution. Also, we've seen Hezbollah reject the U.S. brokered peace in Lebanon. You said that negotiations are in final stages, but Iran's saying they're stalled.
They didn't reject me. They didn't reject that. They're looking. I think Hezbollah, I will tell you, they called us and they said, how about stopping? And I think you're going to see things happen over there. That's been like a little bit of a different world, but it's interconnected with Iran. And it would be really nice if Lebanon could have some peace. Lebanon's been under attack for so many years and always like an underdog. And it would be really nice if it could end. And I spoke to Bibi Netanyahu about that. And I speak to them about it. And I actually spoke to Hezbollah about it. And I think progress is made. That's been going on for a long time. You know, when you look at that for years and years, 48 years, I say, well, let's get this settled. How long has it been going on? 48 years. I said, that's a long time. Not that easy, but go ahead.
As we get closer to the midterms, are you starting to factor in a domestic reaction to this in your handling of this, or are you
I just do what's right.
indefinitely?
No, I mean, look, it was like Venezuela. It was very unpopular. Then we won, and my numbers went through the roof. I have very high poll numbers. They went through the roof. It was very unpopular when I went to Venezuela. They said, oh, we don't want... Well, first of all, that one's relatively close. It's sort of a semi-neighbor, right? And the relationship with Venezuela is incredible. We've taken out millions and millions of barrels of oil out of Venezuela. It's very oil prone. I guess, Chris, one of the most, right?
Yes.
And we've taken out, you're sort of leading it, but do you want to just tell them real fast about the relationship we have with Venezuela, Chris?
Yeah, things with Venezuela have gone very well. Venezuelan oil exports today are 3 times higher than they were right before we went in. So it has been a meaningful incremental supply of oil to the world. And one of the reasons we're solving a 47-year-old problem of Iran's race for nuclear weapons and oil prices in the U.S., we wish they were lower. But gasoline prices in the U.S. are, a little over $4. They're $10 in Europe. They're higher in Asia. They're very high in California. The bigger threat to energy prices in the United States is Democratic green energy policies. They have driven up energy prices far more than a conflict in Iran. And the conflict in Iran will come to an end. We hope that crazy green energy, drive up energy prices policy of the Democrats at federal and state levels, we hope that comes to an end too.
And remember this, if you want to call it a war or if you want to call it a military operation, you cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and everybody agrees to that, almost everybody. But wait a minute, our gasoline prices are lower than they were with Biden without that. And he would have let them have, in fact, he inspired them to have, frankly, a nuclear weapon, him and Obama. Obama picked the wrong country, you know that. And the Obama deal, I terminated that, or they would have had a nuclear weapon. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. Our deal, if we make that deal, and it's going well, but who knows? If we make that deal, it's the exact opposite. They will never have a nuclear weapon.
It sounds like you're in it for as long as it takes.
I'm not going to let them have a nuclear weapon, no. With Obama, it was a road, you know that, it was a road to a nuclear weapon. That was a short-term agreement, and at the end of which they would have a nuclear weapon. So they would have had it 4 years ago. Then we attacked with this beautiful plane right here, the B-2 bomber. We attacked 10 months ago, we attacked their nuclear sites and they were obliterated. It turned out that, CNN was wrong. They said, well, maybe they weren't hit that hard. They were hit so hard, nobody knows if you can even get it out. But the only ones that have the capability of getting out is us in China. We're the only ones with that kind of equipment that's powerful enough to go down that deep into a mountain. But that mountain crushed it. That mountain literally collapsed on top of it. Those pilots did one hell of a job. Right. And now the atomic energy, as you know, has backed us up on that. They think it's a very, very hard thing to get it. But we'll get it anyway. But we're the only one, and China. I believe China too, but we're the only two that have the capability.
President Biden is out promoting a new book this week. When you met with Joe Biden, President Joe Biden, right here in the Oval Office on November the 13th of 2024, could you detect any cognitive decline in President Biden at that time?
No, not really. I mean, he was the same guy I've been watching for a long time. I mean, you could go back 40 years. I watched him 40 years ago, 30 years ago. He was never the sharpest guy. You do know that, right? It wasn't like he was sharp as a tack. But, no, it was the same guy. They actually invited me here before the election, which was strange. We went here before, but then I met also, as you know, we did the ritual. And, I mean, he was fine as far as I was concerned. I don't know, something happened to him during the debate. It could have been me. I thought I had a very good debate. Nobody ever says that. They say that Biden did badly. What about me? Did I do well? There's a reason he did badly. So the question is, did he do badly because he choked or because he didn't have it? But he didn't have a good, I would say this, he did not have a good night.
But during that time period, you met with him for about 2 hours. You didn't feel he was
No,
down.
he spoke softly, very softly, and as we started to speak, I mentioned this to people. He spoke very, very softly, very low, and as we talked, we got along really well, and I thought he was fine. When I say fine, I mean, was he like talking to Doug Burgum? Was he like talking to Chris? Was he like talking to any of these monsters up here, all these tremendous politicians and environmental geniuses? Was he like talking to Andy Barr? No. He was fine.
I have a question about Hunter Biden. He's on social media now, and he has suggested, maybe joking, I don't know, that he could run for president in 2028. How would he do, Hunter Biden, in a 2028 Democratic primary?
Well, you would think that, past has something to do with winning an election, and I would say his past is not the greatest. Where's Hunter? Remember my Where's Hunter? It became the #1 shirt anywhere in the world for about 3 weeks. I'm not going to say bad. I'm sure, hey, if the guy from Maine can do well, I guess Hunter could do well too, because the guy from Maine is a basket case. And I would say worse than him is the one from Texas. That looks like Alfred E. Newman. I would say that if he can do well, maybe Hunter can do well. I'm not sure. It'll be pretty close as far as I'm concerned.
And I've got a question about the nuclear dust. So the bombers go in, they entomb a lot of this enriched uranium.
Yeah.
At this point, do you need a deal with Iran to go get it? Or have you thought about just a covert, daring, send in the SEALs, send in the Rangers?
But I didn't want to be Jimmy Carter, I didn't feel like being Jimmy Carter.
So that's off the
We
table.
did. Well, we thought about it right at the very beginning, before we did what we did, before we destroyed their entire military. We thought about it, and I didn't want to be in a position where you had, to get there. It's not like Venezuela. Like you go in, you're there for a matter of minutes, and you're out, and everybody's waving goodbye as you take off, and you brought the cargo back. This is different. You'd have to be there for 2 weeks. You'd need massive equipment. You'd have to airlift the equipment in. You're in a war zone. And there was a time at the very beginning when we thought about doing that, because they would have not been watching, but they would have found out. I mean, during a period of a week to 2 weeks, you would have had a major construction operation, because that plane, and more importantly, those people that operate those planes, including the mechanics, that flew for 37 hours round trip. Think of that. And the tankers that refilled them 4 times, and what an operation it was. Amazing. And but we would have been, Peter, we would have been there for a period from a week to 2 weeks. We would have gotten it. But I said, I don't like the idea of that. All of a sudden they, pinpoint, they still had missiles left. That means they would pinpoint you and just keep lobbing them in until one gets through, and people would have gotten killed. So I didn't like it. We could get it right now. I don't think they could stop us if we wanted, but there's no reason to. It's entombed. You use a good word. It's entombed. We also have cameras on it through Space Force. We have very powerful cameras. Every door, there's a door. You know where the doors go? They go to bad places. But every single place on those mountains, there's basically three. Because we also hit it with tomahawks after. After that, we hit it with tomahawk. Every inch of that land has cameras on it. We have about 9 of them, and they're on it. We cover it. So if anybody even got near it, we would know what we had to do.
And we've heard you want to meet with the new Ayatollah, the new supreme leader.
I don't want to meet, but if I did meet, I'd be honored to meet him. I'd like to see if we make a deal. But if we make a deal, it's possible that I would meet him. I'd be okay with it.
Would that happen here in the U.S., White House?
Oh, I don't know, Peter. I haven't really heard too much about it. I didn't suggest it, but some people have suggested it. If it happened, it would happen. I'd be respectful.
Do you think because Epic Fury killed his dad and his wife and his kid that he's got hard feelings and wouldn't want to meet?
Well, I would say I'm not his favorite person, but with that being said, he's probably I don't know. He's probably a professional. In some circles, he has a very good reputation, actually. Sometimes some people say bad, but a lot of people say bad about me. It's totally false, of course.
Mr. President.
On jobs, tomorrow the jobs report will be released. While the unemployment rate has been steady at 4.3%, the black unemployment rate has been 7.3%. When you ran for president, you courted black voters and talked about what you described as black jobs. How do you describe why this disparity is happening? What can you do to close that?
Well, we're doing very well with the black jobs, African-American jobs. I saw some numbers that we're doing really well. But where we're really going to do well is when all these plants are open. We're building many car plants. We're bringing cars back from Germany. We're bringing, we lost the car industry years ago. 54% of the industry went to Germany, Japan, Canada, Mexico. It's all coming back. It's amazing. And where your black worker is really going to do well is when those factories open. So I think they're going to be great. We've been doing very well. It's been a big focus for me. Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. On today's announcement, how do you ensure the estimated cost savings are passed on to the consumers and not held by the company? And then on Iran, what specific progress has been made today in talks with them, and where are the sticking points still?
So we're really lowering costs. When I came into this job, we had the highest inflation in the history of our country. 48 years, they say, but I think the history of our country, whether it's 48 years or more. But we had tremendous inflation with Biden, during the Biden. They had one of the highest ever. And I inherited that. The costs were very, very high. And at my first news conference, Peter and others were screaming at me about eggs. Remember, Peter? Eggs. What about eggs? Maybe it wasn't you, but I wanted to inject Peter into it. But he was screaming to me about eggs. And I said, what? Tell me about eggs. This is 2 days in. They said eggs had quadrupled. I said, well, they didn't quadruple under me. And they didn't want me to order eggs for the Easter egg hunt that was going to take place in a few months, right? And I said, nope, we're not going to. They wanted me to order plastic eggs. And I said, nope. And we got eggs down to lower than what it was long prior to when I took over. And eggs today are about 15% lower. What we had is a bunch of con artists, the Democrats. And what they did is they left. They gave the highest prices that we've ever had for all products, groceries, everything. And they started saying affordability. They'd say this is about affordability. It's a con job. I inherited their high prices. We brought those prices way down. And and if you go back 3 months ago, if you go back before the war started, think of it, 3 months. So with Vietnam, we were there for 19 years. With Iraq, it was about 9 years. With another one, it was about 12 years. And with another one, we had all these wars that lasted for 9, 10, 12, 19 years for Vietnam. Think of it. And they said, you're in there for 3 months. This is a terrible thing. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers have been killed in these other wars. We lost not one soldier in Venezuela. We didn't lose one soldier. And we lost a total of 13, which is 13 too many. But when you look at hundreds of thousands of soldiers were killed in these various wars, they lasted many, many years. We're in there for a few months, and what we've done is amazing. They won't have a nuclear weapon. And it was tough because we just got, Doug and everybody came in to say me, we just got the best numbers. Well, today, again, the New York Stock Exchange and every other exchange just hit a new all-time high. That's 73 days out of my short term. We've hit brand new highs. Every 401k is setting records. A 401k, a lot of people have. You probably all have 401ks. Look at your 401k. You're happy about your 401k? The nice reporters are smiling at me, and the stupid reporters are like that. But their 401ks are setting records. They should be happy. They shouldn't be angry. They should be very happy. But 401ks are setting records. They've never had anything like it. So, we've done a good job. As far as Iran's concerned, you're going to find out what the deal is. But the main parts of the deal is they can't have a nuclear weapon. The Strait will open immediately. It's going to open immediately. And we've largely swept for mines. We have the most sophisticated mines. They're underwater minesweepers. I actually said to somebody, one of the generals, why underwater? He said, because usually it's hostile. When you're looking for mines, typically it's not in a good neighborhood, right? So underwater made a lot of sense when it didn't take long to figure that one out. So I think we're doing very well, but we're going to see if we're going to win one way or the other. We're going to win on paper, or we're going to win military. One way or the other. It's going to be militarily or on paper.
Thank you, Mr. President. How critical is energy dominance, whether it be coal, whether it be LNG, whether it be oil, to national security?
Without it, you can't win. As an example, AI is a big deal. Whether we like it, not like it, it's going to be amazing in many ways. It's going to be, I think, for medical, it'll be amazing. But without massive amounts of energy, you can't even play the game. And we're leading China by a lot in AI. I was talking to President Xi about it. But if we didn't do, Lee Zeldin's done so great because, number one, fast approvals from professionals. You know, you'd have the best firms in the world submitting papers to them. And we didn't keep them waiting for 10 years and then vote against them after 10 years. That would, guys would file with the environmental for a plant of some kind. After 15 years, they would be rejected. It was terrible. Now we have great professionals there, and we only accept plans from great professionals, but we give them fast turnaround. And it's been really amazing. I think the biggest thing we've done, Lee, is we let these geniuses with all this money build their own electric plant. We don't take it from our grid. We let them build their own plant. They become a utility. So they're building a plant, and at the same time, they're building electricity. Because if we didn't do that, you couldn't have anything. You couldn't have, and we're letting that happen too with car plants and other plants. If they want to build their own electric, but with the AI, you know, you hear so much about it, but one of the biggest things, they build their own. And then excess energy that they create will go back into the grid. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, on Cuba, Mr. President.
Just let him have one.
Mr. President, Secretary Rubio was in Delhi last week. He delivered a letter from you to Prime Minister Modi. And so you also addressed people of India to your favorite ambassador, Sergio Gore.
That's right.
Yeah. Both of them have said the trade deal is around the corner. Where do you stand on the trade deal?
Well, we have it. And, you know, look, India for years has, and I don't blame them, I blame us because we had stupid people here. India for years really took advantage of the United States. You know that. Are you from India by any chance? Huh? I thought you were from Germany.
I'm from India.
I'm only kidding. You're central casting, okay? And that's a very good thing. India for years took advantage of this country. They charged us tremendous tariffs, and they paid nothing. They wouldn't let Harley, as an example, in the past, they wouldn't let Harley Davidson sell its motor. They would charge 200% tariff. So Harley Davidson was precluded. They ended up going to India and building their own plants, which is unfortunate that that happened, but it happens. That was before me. But they charged tremendous amounts of tariffs to our company, and we didn't charge them anything. You know, they sold motorbikes here too. You know what we charged them? Nothing. And now it's the exact reverse. And we're making a lot of money with India. But we'll get to a deal, because I like your Prime Minister a lot. He's a good friend of mine. Get along great, and we're going to make a deal. We have a very good relationship.
Mr. President, speaking of deals, Mr. President, on Cuba, are your sanctions on Cuba meant to accelerate its collapse?
No, we just want them to be a nicely run country that can feed its people. Look, it's a failed nation. Without Venezuela, Venezuela, because it has such wealth in the ground, mostly in the ground. But Venezuela took care of them for years, and they took care of Venezuela. They were like the bodyguards. When we went in and burst into their country, the Venezuelans were guarding Maduro and everybody else. It was mostly, the soldiers were, in that case, we had a lot of Cubans were guarding. The Cubans were the guards, and they're good soldiers. But the country is starving, and it's got no energy, it's got no oil, it's got no money, it's got nothing. It's got a beautiful piece of land. You could have beautiful resorts, doesn't have oil, but Venezuela was giving them the money to survive. And now, the money is, I guess you could say, is coming to us and is going to Venezuela. Venezuela has been an amazing thing because we've paid for the cost of the attack many, many times over. And it's been a long time since you've heard of it.
Do you think that Cuba is close to collapsing, though, based on everything you just laid out? Do you think that Cuba is close to collapsing?
It sort of collapsed. And we're going to handle that as soon as we've finished. I like to do one thing at a time. And we'll take care of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And as soon as that's done on our way back, we'll just make a little brief stop.
Mr. President.
We'll take care of it. We want to help them out. Look, we have a lot of people that voted for Trump. Whether they did or not, it didn't matter. But I had 95% of the Cubans voted for me. They're unbelievable people. They're energetic. They're entrepreneurial. You know, some of the richest people in Miami are Cuban. They're unbelievable. And I'm going to take good care of them. I'm going to let them go back to their land. They want to be back with family. You know, they have a lot of family over there. They've been treated very badly by Cuba. But we're going to treat Cuba well, and we're going to let our people go back and let them invest in Cuba if they'd like. So we have some very good plans for Cuba. I think, you know, we have to get rid of the regime was very tough, very nasty. The difference is now they don't have money coming in. They had a lot of money coming in from Venezuela. They don't have any money coming. They had oil coming in. They had money coming in. But we're going to take care of Cuba.
Mr. President, sir. Mr. President.
And they, you know what? They want us to. The people want us there so badly.
Mr. President, sir. Last night, huge night for the city of New York. The Knicks won Game 1 of the NBA Finals. There's been a lot of speculation. Have you decided whether or not you want to attend a game at Madison Square
Well,
Garden?
I've been a Knicks fan for a long time, and I'm also a Jim Dolan fan. He's a nice guy, okay? He's been a long time wanting to win, and he's a competitive guy, and he's got a team that's amazing. You know, I don't think they've lost a playoff game.
12 straight wins.
Can you imagine that? And it was not looking good. I saw the beginning of the game, and it wasn't looking good. I missed the middle because I talked to generals all night long now. But I watched that end of the game, and they were dominant. Really amazing. And Wemby's a great player. He's going to be a great player, and he is already a great player. I say, how do you guard this guy? 7'5", and he's got a great shot, right? But they find a way to do it. They're really great. They're a great team. And I'm happy for Jim, because Jim has really been fighting hard to, you know, produce such a team. So you never know. The answer is yes. He's invited me. I'm going.
Which game have you decided, sir?
Say it?
Game 3, Game 4? Are you decided?
It could be Monday, yeah. Monday.
Mr. President, speaking of New York.
Maybe I'll do both.
You mentioned your meeting with the automakers yesterday. Can you tell us a little bit about that, more about that in particular? Did you discuss trade, tariffs, USMCA?
We had a great meeting with the auto. I mean, most of them were here. They were really talking about the fix your own car kind of a thing, right? But they're doing very well since I'm in office, because I got rid of a lot of environmental restrictions. And in fact, you might just tell them a little bit about that, Lear. We made it so much easier for them to build a car. They can build a less expensive car that's much better. And they were so choked up with environmental nonsense that in order to save 4 ounces of gasoline, you had to spend thousands and thousands of dollars. Lee, do you want to go into that point?
President Trump, we sent to Congress 3 Biden EPA waivers to California that Congress passed. President Trump signed last year, getting rid of the electric vehicle mandate that a whole bunch of other states had signed on to. Just a couple of months ago, President Trump announced here at the White House the largest act of deregulation in the history of the United States, the repeal of the 2009 endangerment finding. All the greenhouse gas emission standards in light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles were following the law. And what that means for cost of living, just on that act alone, $2,400 more affordable per vehicle for Americans. The victories come out every single day. President Trump gave us very clear guidance. He wanted us to act at Trump speed to get this done as fast as possible. And what you see now all across America is billions upon billions of investments all across this country with new factories being built. They believe in America. They're investing in America with the American jobs to come up with it. And by the way, consumer choice. We got rid of that climate participation trophy for that annoying start-stop feature in cars to make your car die at every stop sign and red light. So yeah, the gifts, the receipts, the wins, they keep coming, and we're just getting started.
Did they ask you for any tariff changes on auto?
No, they didn't do that. Look, they're making so much money now because, you know, I did something else that, I don't know, does it because we have no tax on tips and no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, right? So that's really been big. That's turned out to be much bigger than anyone knew. If you look at the people, they're saving from $5,000 to $7,000, $8,000 even on average because of that. So it's been good. But I did something else that nobody talks about. If you buy a car and you borrow money, you're allowed to deduct the interest for income tax purposes. Never happened before. And deductions were always meant for rich people. They weren't meant for middle-class people or other people wanting to buy a car. So now you're allowed to get a deduction of your interest payment. That's a tremendous thing. I mean, but what's the key? Only if the car is made in America. Thank you very much, everybody.
I think I would volunteer to be one of the people who throws the media out. Get out, get going, get out of here. That seems like it would be a pretty good job. So anyway, great talk. Talked about coal, Cuba, all kinds of different things. Even talked basketball and Wemby. And yes, somebody said 7'5". Yeah, he's all of 7'5". Big dude. President Trump loves sports. Two things that, excuse me, I want to bring to your attention. One of them is going to be a little pat on the back. But first, before that, when he was talking about Ukraine and Russia possibly coming and getting their differences worked out and stopping the war, remember a couple days ago, Dick Durbin was talking to Marco Rubio, and he was pissed off because the $500 million hadn't been sent to Ukraine yet. When are you going to send it? Marco's like, yeah, it's in process. But yeah, it's being processed right now. It's going from, but when's the 500 million going out? They got to get that 500 million. Now imagine in the next, I don't know, week or so, Ukraine and Russia come into some sort of an arrangement, and that 500 million that the Democrats are dying to be sent to Ukraine doesn't have to go. That's $500 million that they've been holding on to because he probably knew something was coming. No, we're not sending 500 million. The other thing I want to point out to your attention, which is a little bit of this, because not everybody, I don't know, I can't say superlatively, but many people didn't pay attention. When President Trump announced Bill Pulte, I came on this show and I said, everybody's missing it. They're all freaking out. Oh, he's never going to get approved. He'll never get confirmed. And I said to you, I said that day, I said, President Trump, you got to read what he says. You have to actually read the words. And this is what he actually said. I am appointing the director of the Federal Housing and Finance Agency and chairman of Fannie and Freddie, William J. Pulte, quote, to serve as acting director of national intelligence. He never says anything in here about nominating him as the permanent person. And so today, in this speech, in his Oval Office press conference, somebody asked him, and he's like, no, he's not my permanent guy. And I was like, I wonder if people remember when I said that. It was so shocking that it made the national news almost immediately. Trump says Pulte won't be permanent national intelligence director. He said that the day he put the post out, you morons. He said it that day, interim. Didn't even mention that he was going to submit him for confirmation. The reason why that's important is because they were freaking out. They're going to continue to freak out. I think it's like a 3-month and he could renew it or whatever. But during this period of time, with what Kevin Warsh is going to be doing at the Federal Reserve, these people are terrified because it's another outsider coming in, being able to look. And because he's got the financial data, mortgage data, all kinds of different financial information that he can work with Kevin Warsh with, that's why these people are freaked out. Again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier, turning off the spigot. If 500 million just got turned off, imagine how they're freaking out if he's going to be working close, very close, with the Federal Reserve and the CIA, in which President Trump actually said it. Oh, he's going to be fine. He's going to be doing some investigations, just like he's been doing. But I just wanted to point that out to you because now that the national news has it, as if it's some breaking story, when it wasn't, because the day he announced it, he said acting. He never said, I'm nominating him. If you just take the time to ignore so much of the crap that these people say and just realize at this point, they don't know what they're looking at. They're jumping to conclusions, and just listen to him. That is the most telltale sign of all. If they stop putting their opinion and just said, oh no, he didn't say that. He only said he was interim, which is going to freak them out even more. I'll tell you about that tomorrow. Why that freaks them out even more. Guy, I don't know who he's working with. I don't even know how you could listen to this guy and think for an instant that he's not on his game. Oh, he sleeps during a meeting. Oh, he's showing cognitive health problems. Oh, really? Really? You can't keep up. Real quick here, let me tell you about Chapter. Medicare is confusing, and as someone who recently turned 65 myself, I can confirm this. Keeping track of enrollment periods, understanding all your options, and making sure you're on the right plan takes too much time and energy. And between Medicare scams, and we've been hearing a lot about that, corrupt agents and bloated insurance companies, it's easy to make mistakes that can cost you thousands. That's why I'm happy I'm working with Chapter, not just on this show, but personally. Go ahead and give them a call. They're actually honest and the only Medicare advisor that looks at every plan nationwide, helping people save an average of $1,100 a year. Almost $100 a month. And they won't put you into any sort of plan that you don't want to be in. They can put you into stuff and switch the insurance companies you're working with. No big deal. If it's what you like, you can keep it. If you don't, they'll give you your options. They won't push you to buy a plan that you don't want to. And the best part of it is their support is completely free. So if you're turning 65 soon or have questions about your own Medicare coverage, call them at 475-328-3545 to get the most out of Medicare. And when people do call them, they usually wish that they just called sooner. All right, so let me just check with SV really quick here. And you got anything?
Yeah, I got a story that continues what I spoke about yesterday about the tunnels. I sent it to you on X if you want to bring it up from the Lion.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so, if they can't go over the wall, they're going to go under the wall. And this is what's happening. So officials in California, what a surprise, have charged 4 men with trafficking more than $45 million in cocaine after exposing an elaborate nearly 2,000-foot tunnel that ran between Mexico and the U.S.
Wow.
The area was in San Diego. The structure, which connected Tijuana with the warehouse for a purported discount store called Buy for Less, include electricity, ventilation, reinforced walls, and a rail system, the U.S. Department of Justice said in a release. Sounds like better than the tents in L.A. Anyway, the bus which followed months of surveillance included more than a ton of cocaine. Wow. Estimated to be worth $45 million. 2 of the men charged are from San Diego, where the purported warehouse was located, and 2 are from Mexico. All face potential life sentences and millions of dollars in fines if convicted. Interesting fact here, authorities have found 99 subterranean passages in Southern California since 1993. The DOJ said 28 of which were sophisticated. The last operational tunnel was found in 2022. So it looks like the Yayo Express is back operating again. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie. It's Benito del Toro. It's about specifically that. I can't remember the name. Benito del Toro plays a Mexican like badass, and James Brolin, and they go in. What the hell? Nah, I can't remember the name of that movie.
Man, I think I watched that a long time ago because it sounds familiar with the actor.
They had like 3 of them, so it was pretty good, and it sounds just like that,
Crazy.
Wow.
Isn't it crazy?
Yeah.
So it looks like, instead of, having the drones monitoring, they're going to have to be going with their metal detectors and say, hey, I see somebody, running underground here. So That's the thing with these traffickers, whether it's drugs or human beings, they're not going to stop. They're going to keep going.
It's funny. I always know if I mention something, people will find it, and a bunch of people are like Sicario.
Yeah.
That is an awesome movie. The
Good
first
job,
one.
Fanfare.
Yes, Good job, guys. Sicario. Yeah, we like a lot of the same stuff. I mean, if you liked it, and it's basically that movie. They go underground and they have to find out where the tunnel comes out, and it's just crazy. So it's we've already been here 2 hours and 18 minutes. If you guys can stick it out for like 45 more minutes, I want to show you this DOJ press conference. If you haven't seen it, it's huge. It's a big bust that took place. Actually, I got to go to something else before then because
all right.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to the first thing first. All right. Thanks, SV.
Breaking news, sources revealing that John Bolton is planning to plead guilty to retaining classified information. That plea will likely keep him out of prison.
All right. It's no longer breaking news. This happened earlier. However, I want you to just think for yourself. If somebody pleads guilty, that usually means, well, they're guilty, or they can't afford to defend themselves, or they cut a deal. I don't know which of those doors goes towards Bolton, but one of those three doors he took. He either couldn't afford a defense, or more than likely, he's chirping. And if he's chirping, that means there's other people in this deep state web he's looking to take down.
Stems from a charge, 18 of them at the end of last year, of keeping a diary-like material of classified information. So it looks like that case is moving forward and all likelihood is now settled. All right, now.
Let's get to that breaking news. John Bolton is expected to plead guilty over mishandling classified documents. This is according to three sources familiar with the matter. I'm going to go straight to CNN's senior crime and justice correspondent, Caitlin Poland. She has this exclusive reporting. Caitlin, what are you learning?
Pam, the Justice Department securing a guilty plea from John Bolton, the former national security advisor in the first Trump administration. My sources are telling me that he is expected to plead guilty to one count of illegally retaining classified information or national security information at his home. Now, this was a substantial case that had been investigated very significantly by first the Biden Justice Department the whole way through the beginning of this term of Donald Trump. This is also a man that
So you're saying that the Biden administration investigated him for 4 years and they couldn't do anything. Oh yeah, right. Okay. Maybe because there were too many ties to other people. And then of course, as a part of his deal with the Biden administration, well, it pretty much probably involved him trashing Trump.
Trump very much hates and very much wanted to see prosecuted. Now John Bolton is going to agree to plead guilty and be appearing in court at the end of June. Part of what he is alleged to have done here, and we're still waiting to see.
Alleged? Why are we still using the word alleged? Come on, CNN. He pled guilty. Yes, I did it. There's no alleged anymore. Stop trying to propagandize people. I did it. I'm going to allocute. I'm going to tell the court, yeah, I did it. I'm going to plead mercy, and I'm going to take my deal. There's no alleged.
Exactly what he is going to be admitting to in court. What he's alleged to have done here is taken.
She couldn't even get the word out of her mouth. She was choking on it. There's no alleging. Once you allocute, I guess that's in front of the judge. But if he's pleading guilty, that means he did it. You no longer have to cover your ass by saying alleged.
Documents or taken notes of documents or briefings he was being given as national security advisor in the first Trump White House, and then emailing them to himself almost as if it were a diary entry, and then printing them out allegedly and keeping them in his home.
3 times. 3 times she said allegedly. What is she protecting? Who is she covering? Why do they need to say it this way? Maybe because the idiots who watch the show. But
after he was fired as national security advisor in the first Trump administration, he then wrote a memoir, and his home was searched. When his home was searched last August by the FBI, they found multiple electronics and documents with information labeled secret or confidential or classified, not necessarily the documents themselves, potentially, but he, at very least.
What the hell's that mean? Man, if you break down what these people say, that's why I like to do it. What do you mean potentially? I'm looking at FBI people walking out with boxes of shit, and then I hear the guy pled guilty, and you're like, potentially had some bad stuff in it. I'm not really sure. I wasn't there at the time. Potentially.
These diary-like entries. And so his initial case that was charged for 18 counts, he's going to be pleading down to 1 count. We will still be watching to see exactly what the Justice Department asks for in court, whether he should be spending time in prison. That is a possibility. This would be a felony charge for John Bolton. But this is a significant case that the Justice Department has made a deal on to secure a guilty plea of a significant political foe of Donald.
Wow. The Justice Department, Kash Patel, Todd Blanche, oh, by the way, Pam Bondi, because it didn't happen yesterday. They're the ones who cut the deal, not John Bolton. The Justice Department cut the deal. You lying hack. The person that cut the deal was, hey, man, don't put me in jail for 20 years. I'm going to die. I'm not going to make it. What do you want? Who do you want? I can't spend the rest of my money. I can't leave my wife destitute. But no, she says the Justice Department cut the deal.
Trump. And so I think a lot of these documents he may have just thought were cool. A lot of them he thought might be souvenirs. A lot of them he thought might be useful to him later. I can't answer the question until I see the.
So this is him a while back bitching about the documents that he said Trump was guilty of taking. Funny how that just came back to smack you in the ass, right?
Document, but well, there are a lot of theories that he could use it as information against his enemies, that he could give it to people in exchange for favors. We don't know, and frankly, I don't think speculating about the reasons is all that helpful. The simple fact he had the documents, for any reason or no reason, should subject him to prosecution.
How'd that work out for you, bro? You should just be playing that on a loop on your phone. Just keep hitting it. The fact that he had the documents should subject him to prosecution. Boomerang, right back at you. Hey, man, did you say this about President Trump? Yeah. The mere fact that he had the documents should subject him to prosecution. Physician, heal thyself. You're going down. Yeah, man. What an idiot.
How do you think this ends for the former president?
Well, I think if I were an innocent person, if I were Donald Trump and I were innocent, I'd be saying, I want this insult to my integrity, I use these words loosely, removed as soon as possible. I'm prepared to waive a lot of frivolous procedural motions. I want to go to trial in the next 60 days.
They got to play this back at court. Oh, if I was an innocent man, I'd want to go to court. I exonerate myself, says the guy who just pled guilty. These people talk so much crap, and they just weave it in as if it's news. And the whole time, you have to understand, the whole time he's sitting there saying this on CNN, he's the one who did it. He's the one who's got all kinds of classified documents. Does he want to go to trial? Nah.
I don't want to drag this out. I'm innocent. I can prove it. Let's go. Does anybody think Donald Trump's really going to do that? I hope the Justice Department really does try for a speedy trial, because, frankly, the sooner it goes to a jury and we find out their answer, whatever that answer is going to be, the better for the country.
I swear these people walk around with no mirrors in their house. None. Oh, my gosh. People should send that to him. Really, bro? Really? And Now he's in the Oval Office in the White House with Melania, and you're about to find out your fate in a couple of weeks or so. You might be in the big house with, Bubba. Good luck with that. Now, as you saw the bottom third of what I wrote, the deep state right in front of your eyes on a daily basis is being eviscerated. That's actually what you'll see at the bottom of the screen. If you're paying attention, you're watching day almost by day. We're seeing these people like, what? What just happened? We turned off this, we turned off that. You're going to go to jail. This is happening. And I'm going to show you the press conference in a second. We're going to be a little bit late today, so hopefully you guys don't miss dinner. But now I want to show you another big case where you're going to, if you haven't heard, you're just going to put your face in your hand.
We found out that the Southern Poverty Law Center, this is what, 2 months ago, was paying the Klan. They were actually funding some of the stuff that they would then go on TV and say, look at these radicals. Look at these radicals. Where was that in Carolinas? That Trump, said they're fine people on both sides, and everybody said, he's talking about the Klan. No, he's not. He wasn't talking about the Klan. Go back and listen to the whole thing, you moron.
It's Charlottesville. Glenn got his area mixed up. But remember that? And they all jumped on it and said, Trump was the Nazi. Trump is the racist. And the whole thing with Charlottesville. Remember that? Well, Democrats were funding it.
Anyway, it wasn't about that. But that was funded by the SPLC. Okay? We now find out it's worse than that. It's worse than that. They were also paying members of the Klan to stay with the racist group.
It's funny, but it's giant cojones these people sit on, hoping none of this would ever get unearthed, that nobody would ever find out that the Southern Poverty Law Center was paying the guys in the white hoods to keep their white hoods. Don't leave. Stay there. Oh, I thought you guys were to fight racism. Oh, no. We need to promote it.
To your question about bankrupting them, about weakening their money, the gravy train for the SPLC, the answer actually there is in this superseding indictment.
So now, superseding indictment. They were indicted a couple weeks ago, and now they've added more charges against the Southern Poverty Law Center, SPLC. All right, so what are these charges? Well, I found a thread I can show you. This guy is an investigative reporter with the Daily Signal. And you can actually go here and download the entire indictment. There it is. There it is. And you can just click on it and read the entire indictment. Or you can just hear his summary. And here we go. Reminder, the Southern Poverty Law Center raises money by claiming it exists to dismantle white supremacy. But the DOJ says the SPLC was actually propping up the hate. So I can't even read it. They went as far as to help them buy additional hoods. They paid field sources whom SPLC says were merely informants. Let me go to this one here. Yet the field sources used the SPLC's money. Okay, here's what they used the money from the donors who were donating to the SPLC. Attend extremist rallies, host the rallies, grow existing chapters, create new chapters, recruit individuals, donate to extremist leaders, purchase cross-burning material, create racist paraphernalia, and even pay their living expenses. So hold on. Let me get this right. You're telling the world that Trump and all of MAGA are racist, but you're actually paying the racists to be racist. You're using donations from people who are funding you to buy hoods and cross-burning material. As you see this, you understand this is the deep state. They have been using our tax dollars, playing things against us to create the color revolution they've been trying to get to.
Where they're going for forfeiture of funds that were secured through this scheme or artifice if the SPLC is convicted of this behavior. So a lot of people have been noting that there aren't specific names of specific individuals in the indictment, that nobody has been arrested as of yet. But I think what we're looking at here is an attempt to prevent the SPLC's propping up of hate, to stop this scheme and artifice, and then to say that if they are engaging in this scam to raise their money, then that money can be forfeited to.
See what I'm saying? Let's turn it all off. Let's just go ahead and start closing the valve on all of these idiots. To go back to here, it says the SPLC set up fictitious entities to fund the field sources. And in the indictment, it names all the different, or many of the different entities. It had a national alliance. SPLC paid over $1.2 million to F9, who was in a romantic relationship with an SPLC employee. While receiving SPLC donor money, F9 also raised funds for the National Alliance. This is like one big incestuous racist pool being run by people in the deep state, F9. Nazi KKK leader, SPLC paid more than 70 grand to number F30. These are the individuals. An Aryan Nations leader, F30 asked SPLC to help him leave the movement. SPLC gave him a salary to stay. Don't leave. You can't leave. Are you understanding this? You're understanding people who say nothing's happening or nothing's been happening. They just are now starting to see it. They are now understanding how bad this really is. And all of it goes to the money that they've been siphoning from these NGOs and everything else to pay for this stuff. SP told you earlier how they had a fund of like 800 million to be funding some of these rallies.
To the U.S. government. And that's what we're seeing in this superseding indictment. I think the SPLC is going to fight very hard against that. But when we're talking about a scheme to defraud donors and lie systematically in the way that they raise money, that's very powerful charges. And some of these charges, I think, are very clear in black and white, particularly the bank fraud charges, where we have clearly misstatement, false statements to a bank that say one thing and then statements that say the exact opposite a few years later. I mean, this is a very damning indictment for the SPLC. And I know our friends on the other side of the aisle want to continually make light of this shocking, damning scandal. But if you read this indictment, you can't come away with the idea that this is normal activity. I mean,
you can't look away. None of what you're seeing is normal. Now, SB just hit me with something. As I'm doing this segment, this is on right now.
There is pressure being applied. I've said on the show for the last 2 or 3 days now that if I were voting in Maine, I'm a Democrat, he would not be my choice as voting for a Democratic nominee. I think in fairness to some of the people probably voted earlier, some of these stories are now coming out and maybe some of those people would have changed their minds. I do think that in fairness to other.
Wow. The Democrats are done. Every time, like I said, almost every single day, something else is happening. Here, let me just show you this.
It's astonishing.
Okay, so look at what I put at the bottom of the screen. The deep state is being eviscerated daily right in front of your eyes. Right in front of your eyes. The news is no longer news. Everything the media is doing is to make you look the other way. They can't report on what's really happening because
when I get back into the Oval Office, I will totally obliterate the deep state. They will be obliterated.
It's actually happening. SV sent me this, which is what I happened to be watching as he sent it. A New York Times report says that Maine U.S. Senate candidate DeFiera Graham Plattner defended saying we'd do things to women to show dominance. His prior partner said he was physically threatening to them. Plattner also admitted he knew he had a Nazi tattoo and called it my Totenkopf. How did the Democrats put this guy up? How did SV? How did they put?
They are retards. I told you, 65%. I'm going to raise it to 70% of our country is mentally not working.
And you watch. You watch over the next few hours and tomorrow, how many people are going to stand by him? Because I just read so many people were like, yeah, but we got to beat Trump. So you'd basically put in Attila the Hun if you could just vote him in.
I saw that with some Democrat, some black Democrat. She says, yeah, we just need somebody that's going to go across Trump. They don't care if it's Charles Manson.
Nope, do not care. And so, I mean, the fact that they even ran this guy and against, and the worst part is a demure older woman. You know what I mean? Susan Collins is not some big giant guy that you can say they can go toe to toe in a debate. How could he possibly stand and debate her right now? All she'd have to say is,
yeah. Yeah. Give a little side eye.
Oh my gosh! All right, so I'll cover that tomorrow, but because I'm sure a lot's going to come out. But
breaking news!
But I want to get to this DOJ thing because as you're reading the lower third, understand what I said. It just keeps happening. He's eviscerating them, and this press conference lines it out. I'll be back to you.
All right. Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for being here this morning. President Trump and Vice President Vance's war against fraud has come to the great state of Ohio, and this is a war that we will win. The team behind me, federal and state partners, have come together as one to battle what is a fraud crisis in this country. It has crippled our taxpayer-funded programs and robbed the American purse for too long. Under the leadership of our great president and vice president, the days of the brazen theft that we've seen of taxpayer dollars abusing the generosity of the American taxpayer is over. Our message to fraudsters is simple. With our state and local partners, the Department of Justice will be working day and night to identify you, arrest you, and imprison you. Today, the Department of Justice is announcing significant fraud enforcement in the state of Ohio, as well as a historic fraud-fighting partnership with state of Ohio officials, which is exactly how it should be in every state. One that can serve as a template partnership for other states in this country. We welcome everyone, everywhere, to team up with our fraud division and our federal partners and our U.S. attorney's offices to bring fraudsters to justice. I want to talk about a few cases that we're announcing today, and I think you'll agree with me that some criminals have gotten so bold, so audacious as to defraud the government of tens of millions of dollars. I'm just going to give a few examples right now. It should shock your conscience. Today, we unsealed a 32-count indictment against 2 state employees and 2 other co-conspirators for allegedly billing $30 million to the government for therapeutic behavioral services that were never provided. We've also unsealed an indictment charging 4 defendants in a scheme to defraud a COVID program. Again, these programs, as we all know, were meant to benefit small businesses and individuals struggling because of the pandemic. In total, between our state and federal partners, today we're announcing charges that were either unsealed today or over the past week against 14 defendants allegedly involved in fraud schemes targeting over $50 million here in Ohio. And again, these numbers are staggering, but just the tip of the iceberg, both here in Ohio and nationwide. Sadly, Ohio is facing some of the most significant fraud schemes in the country. Medicare fraud, pandemic relief fraud, even an international romance fraud scheme that I think you'll hear about shortly. And to meet this challenge, to meet this crisis, our response has been and will continue to be aggressive, comprehensive, and we will not stop until we fix this problem. I want to emphasize something about what the cases that we're bringing represent. A unified, statewide fraud-fighting effort that's firing on all cylinders. You're going to hear from some of us today after I finish, the U.S. attorneys, federal investigative partners, state partners, and agencies that are going to move fast, are going deep, and we're delivering results for the American people. So I want to take a moment and thank the prosecutors and agents who work these cases. They're not easy cases to work. They're not easy cases to investigate, but they're extraordinarily important to the American people and to restoring faith, trust, and justice in our systems. Also, to the leaders in Ohio, your commitment to this fight isn't just helpful, it's necessary for our success. This is an example when federal and state partners work together toward justice, our cases are stronger, the deterrence is greater, and the biggest problems facing our country, the ones we've been told are just the way it is, there's nothing we can do about it, start to look solvable because they are. I want to thank President Trump because he's told us time and time again that it is the mission of this Department of Justice every single day to be relentless in the pursuit of law and order. Americans deserve to live free of violence and fraud. Americans deserve to know that if someone lies or cheats or steals to get ahead, they will be punished, and they deserve a government that will never be taken advantage of by fraudsters. They're not just words, these are a promise that this department will keep. There's a lot of folks that want to say a few words, so I'm going to stop there. And I just want to, again, thank everybody behind me for being part of this fight. And it's now my honor to introduce the great Dr. Oz, who is, I can tell you from my phone and my text messages, working tirelessly 7 days a week to combat what we're here to address today. So I'll ask Dr. Oz to say a few words now. Thank you.
All right, before Dr. Oz comes up, the one thing that just keeps going through my mind is that we finally have people opening the curtain. And what stuns me is when I start to think, how long has this been going on? How much money have they stolen from the American taxpayer? And for decades, and keep telling us, we got to tax more, we got to tax you some more. On top of that, we got to tax you some more. Meanwhile, they've been stealing us blind. And it just, like I'm saying, it just keeps happening. Everything in time, everything in its own time. We are starting to see all these onion layers pull back. Coming to a state near you real soon.
The moral indignation that the president feels, that many of you share, prompted the creation of the task force. Many of its members are on the dais today. Vice President Vance leads that endeavor and has boldly been able to create an all-of-government effect. All of government doesn't just mean all of federal government, it means all of state government as well. And I'm here representing Secretary Kennedy and some of the work that we've done looking at the numbers that are coming out of the federal government. Because the budget of CMS is large, it's $2 trillion roughly, it means it's a big target. And foreign players and maybe even foreign governments have been taking bits and pieces of this pie for a while. But they have been weaponized. And we see that here in Ohio, and we're speaking about the frustration that many Americans feel, left and right of the political spectrum, and certainly red and blue states both are experiencing this, which is why it was important for us to be here today. I was here last week with members of the CMS team, and we came because we're investigating home health care fraud, autism fraud, and a series of different ways that the federal government is being pierced with different arrows from criminal elements that desire to suck taxpayer dollars out of the federal government and out of state government coffers as well. I was visiting a facility called La Belle Home Health. It's run by woman Najumi Tatsing. You may not see her here today because she's in jail. And she went to jail because she was accused and convicted of taking billing practices to a level we had not seen before. She was billing for people who are deceased. Billing for dead people is a bad look in court. And it showed at her conviction when she was accused and appropriately taken out for doing things that we find reprehensible. Now, if she was the only one, we wouldn't be here in force. Unfortunately, this area around Columbus is responsible in Franklin County for 1/3 of all of the $1.5 billion spent on home health care in Ohio. Think about that. 1/3 of all of the money spent on home health care in the entire great state of Ohio is generated here. That's 3 times what you would expect. There's a road very close to where we are, 288 home health care facilities in that several block area on that one road. Again, it defies belief. Some of these buildings were vacant. You wouldn't put anybody up in those buildings, not certainly the place that would house home health care. Now, this is a mecca for Somalian populations. It's a hub for the Nepalese and Bhutanese populations. These are insular groups.
Again, I'll keep saying it. These people got off the boat with their dirty sandals, and they had no idea what they were doing in this country. Somebody in the government had to tell them, click this box, fill out this form. Here's how you go to get a bank account. Funny, they all got bank accounts. They must have had IDs. We've always thought the invasion was just for votes. What's coming clear at this point is it just was an invasion just to keep people elected. It was an invasion to steal. These people, there's no, any one of you right now, and I'm not calling you stupid, it would take you a long time to learn how to fill out these forms, where to set up the office, the building, to even open a hospice. And then you got to be so comfortable to submit the information, and then it's going to get transferred and paid into your account. Over and over and over again. Wait till they find out where the money went. If $1 million came into the account, did Mafusi from Somalia take all $1 million, or did he wire it over here, and over here? That's the part we don't know yet. But there's no way they could have done this on their own.
Naive to think that practices that were felt to be commonplace in other parts of the world wouldn't come to this great country if we didn't pay attention to some of the program integrity issues which were ignored en masse with the prior administration. So today we have 3 major announcements from the healthcare part of this fraud endeavor. The first is that the state of Ohio, and I want to applaud the Medicaid office here, they will be announcing at 1 o'clock, and please pay attention to that important announcement, that they are suspending 49 home healthcare providers who have been identified as high risk to the Medicaid program. These people have billed millions of dollars to take advantage of our most vulnerable. And if you're willing to steal from folks who are down and having a difficult time, you'll not just steal their money, you'll steal their health, you'll steal their lives. And we're seeing that. No more champagne on private jets for these people, no more new cars, no more luxury endeavors and vacations. It's done. We're coming after you wherever you are. And as Attorney General Blanche highlighted, we are earnest and serious in this endeavor. We will not be daunted. Ohio Governor DeWine also sought a 6-month moratorium for all new home health care and hospice in the state of Ohio. We granted that within a day, and we hope that will help at least slow the bleeding, using a surgical metaphor, so we can get a bandage on the wound, maybe put a couple stitches in, and take out some of the folks who have been stabbing the patient of Medicaid. Second big announcement. In order to solidify collaboration, CMS, Medicare, Medicaid, and Ohio are going to launch a state-specific Medicaid fraud room. It's going to copy the Medicaid fraud room created at the federal level by the task force. The findings surfaced through this state partnership, we believe, will free us to be able to directly collaborate at a national level, getting all states to understand what what the problems are within their areas and accelerating our ability to take out high-risk providers. We'll identify them and we'll enforce actions around them. The applied behavioral analysis process, it's called ABA therapy for autism, has been scandalously abused. This is, again, taking advantage of children with autism, or getting their parents to lie about whether the child has autism, or weakening the system so the kids who actually need the services can't get them anymore. There are 9 providers that were paid more than $1 million to do this last year, these ABA services. We're going to go after them. We're going to deny some of the issues. In fact, 2 of these people were denied access to Medicare already. They should never have been in the Medicaid program. The top provider earned over $3 million. That's twice the closest competitor. And remember, the average provider of autism services gets paid around $200,000. So to have someone pay over $3 million is shocking. And the war room that's created with Ohio will be opening investigations on 2 home health care providers. And this war room is going to yield huge benefits. And finally, we want to speak a little bit about the fact that we have the need to audit states all over the country to help states understand where they are in comparison to all the other states. We don't have a national effort that allows states to at least get a best practices idea from surrounding areas. So we have now, and I can announce today, asked the state of Indiana to work with Oracle Health to provide that exact set of information. So all the states now will be armed with information, for example, on high-risk providers. And the ABA therapy autism, as I mentioned before, we've asked all 50 states to revalidate these providers and other high-risk categories. Every single state has agreed. By this Friday, they're obliged to provide us with a specific plan. But if you're involved in some high-risk endeavor, these are endeavors that are unlicensed individuals, often in unsupervised settings, we want the states to go back and check who you are. We're not paying fraudsters for dishonest endeavors that hurt the American people. Now, it's my great honor to introduce a wonderful friend, all known to you as the head of the FBI, who's done a wonderful job taking this effort on seriously. And when CMS, when Medicare and Medicaid can crutch on law enforcement like we have with the DOJ and the Office of Inspector General and the FBI, it accelerates our path towards success. Cash.
Good morning. What is the FBI doing to combat fraud? It's pretty simple. We follow the money. We follow all the money. And thanks to President Trump's brilliant vision to decimate fraud across the country that has been fleecing Americans and our kids and our senior citizens for far too long, law enforcement finally has the backing to deliver like we are delivering here in the state of Ohio today. Thank you to Vice President J.D. Vance for leading the anti-fraud task force. In order to assemble this great team of individuals, you need true leadership across the country, and it starts in Washington, D.C. None of this work is possible without every single one of these individuals here and their teams at the state, local, and federal levels. It is truly a team lift, a unified effort under the Trump and Vance administration that has brought us here to just highlight some of the work that we are doing. Operation Playground Therapy is what the FBI is here to talk about today. As the Attorney General highlighted, literally tens of millions of dollars that was supposed to go to kids was stolen, allegedly, by individuals who worked in government and the private sector and thought they could fleece Americans and our treasure, our children, of the hard-earned dollars, the taxpayer dollars that we provide to support them in their time of need. Well, they got caught. And not only did they get caught, so many others got caught. Just take a look at some of the vehicles that are here as part of their ill-gotten gains and proceeds. They didn't just take the money, they paraded it around the country. And thanks to this team here, you are seeing what hard work, dedication to the rule of law, and true unified effort across all fronts when no one wants the credit and everyone wants to just do the work. These are the results that we're here to talk about today. Importantly for the FBI, and thanks to Vice President J.D. Vance's vision, he had an idea. He said, hey, you guys have a top 10 most wanted list for all gangbangers, terrorists, narco-traffickers, murderers, and rapists around the world. How about we have a top 10 list for most wanted fraudsters? So, Mr. Vice President, thanks to your vision, we're here to deliver, and you see it here today. It is live officially on the FBI website. I want all Americans to take a look at these most wanted individuals and look at the amounts, the tens of millions and billions of dollars in fraud that they have decimated our societies from. We rely on you. Our best form of information is the American public. Take a look at this top 10 most wanted. Let us know any information. There is no bad piece of information The only bad piece of information is the one you don't give us. So call 1-800-CALL-FBI or go to FBI.gov and help us apprehend more fraudsters. The last thing I want to talk about is the work of the FBI and the interagency isn't just domestic. The fraudsters have created programs overseas that have fleeced Americans of billions of dollars.
Okay, hold on. You're talking real fast there. All right, so let's look at the top 10 list of the most wanted fraudsters in case you guys want to see them. You got Rodney Dean Allen, Christopher Burns, John Michael Demetrion, Julianne Baldueza Demetron. I guess they're related. Saeed Abdullah Areg, Elaine and Jean Esco, Herbert Leon Kimball, and Michael Lizazo Marazigan. And I guess if you click on their names, it goes into, oh yeah, we get the whole thing here. They'll show us what they did. Okay, there's this poster. He's from the Philippines, and well, there's a reward, 150 grand for him. He has ties to Guam in the Philippines. He's a dual citizen. It says here he was found guilty. Wow, look at that, May of 2025. Who was the Attorney General back then? Yep. You know, it's funny. As you go through that list, and you start seeing these people were convicted, and at that very time, people kept saying, no, there's nothing happening. Pam Body's not doing anything. And I used to sit back and go, you have no idea. Obviously, something was happening. Oh, my gosh. But anyway, all you have to do is put that in the Google, and you can see all these bad guys.
The FBI has led that charge against scam center compounds stood up in Southeast Asia and the Middle East, freeing thousands of trafficked workers. Just in the last year under the Trump Advance administration and the Fraud Initiative, we have captured and freed $8 billion in fraud in scam centers that were stood up by the CCP and other adversaries in places like Thailand, Laos, and Cambodia, and the Middle East. And we're working with our interagency and partners across the world to bring hundreds of individuals to justice. Just the other week in the Middle East, in Dubai, we arrested 300 individuals responsible for $4 billion in fraud. They prey on our senior citizens here.
Okay, good. I hope you caught that. That they arrested 400 people over in, Dubai who were cheating senior citizens here. This is huge. The world has been coming here as like a fraud buffet.
Overseas, and this administration has made it abundantly clear there is no distance we won't travel to make sure we apprehend each and every one of these individuals. The FBI is leading the effort to scuttle these scam centers permanently, to free the traffic workers, and most importantly, to also secure our taxpayer dollars and make sure that this $8 billion and counting in scam center fraud that the FBI has delivered on so far only continues to grow. And we're going to keep doing it. I just want to thank the Attorney General, the interagency partnerships here, state and local. I've said it over and over again. The FBI's best partners are state and local law enforcement, and they're here today, and these are the results. And it's now my honor to introduce the Assistant Attorney General for the Fraud Task Force, Kyle McDonald.
Thank you, Director Patel, and good morning to all of you. Thank you for being here. The war against fraud has come to Ohio, and we plan to leave no doubt as to who will win. That will be the team behind me, federal and state partners who have come together as one to battle the fraud crisis that has crippled our taxpayer-funded programs and robbed the American purse for too long. Under President Trump, Vice President Vance, and Acting Attorney General Blanche, the days of brazen thievery of taxpayer dollars is over. With our state and federal partners, the Department of Justice is rapidly deploying a fraud-fighting apparatus that is capable of fighting fraud no matter how big, no matter how small, no matter how hard. In the last 60 days, the Department of Justice has announced more than 550 fraud enforcement actions across the country, representing billions of dollars in attempted theft from the United States taxpayer. There is nowhere we won't go to fight fraud. and that includes here in Ohio. Today, Ohio's fraud-fighting team is uniting with us in historic ways to contribute uniquely to the fight against fraud. Attorney General Dave Yost, you'll hear from in a minute, is advancing an $11 million fraud action through the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit. And as he concludes his service in the Attorney General's office, we thank him for his years of commitment to Ohio and wish him well in his next chapter. The Fraud Division and Ohio Secretary of State Frank LaRose executed this morning a data sharing agreement that provides the Fraud Division access to corporate registrant data held by the state of Ohio. This data will be used in proactive data analysis to quickly identify ownership links between clinics, labs, and billing entities that fraudsters use and hide behind to obscure control over healthcare fraud and other fraud schemes. We thank Secretary LaRose for collaborating with us today. Auditor Keith Faber continues to set the standard for state-led fraud investigations and for building enforcement capacity and coordination. His office has applied to the DOJ's Special Attorneys Grant Program to detail special prosecutors to the Department of Justice's Fraud Division. And we welcome all state and local prosecutors to do the same and follow Auditor Faber's lead. Treasurer Robert Sprague has formally joined the statewide Benefits Fraud Enforcement Task Force initiated by U.S. Attorney Gerace. His office will aim to bring critical financial analysis capabilities that will strengthen our ability to identify irregularities, prevent improper payments, and safeguard taxpayer funds. Each of these steps taken by these state leaders strengthen our ability to accomplish our shared fraud enforcement mission. The days of information silos are over. The leadership here and the willingness to innovate and collaborate is raising the standard for every other state. Ohio is proving what's possible when federal and state partners move in lockstep. Smarter detection, stronger enforcement, and real protection for the American taxpayer. The truth is, we need all hands on deck in every state. The National Fraud Task Force, the Department of Justice, and the Fraud Division will work collaboratively with anyone who is committed to ending fraud in America and saving the taxpayers' money. To state and local law enforcement, if you have something that could use federal muscle, bring it to us. We want to help. To the attorneys and the agents on the cases that are being announced today, thank you for your dedicated hard work to achieve the aims of justice. To the people of Ohio, if someone offers you a medical perk that sounds too good to be true, it is. If you see fraud or even suspect it, tell us. Your reports protect your neighbors, your communities, and your tax dollars. You can report fraud to tips.fbi.gov or in Ohio at 866-FRAUD-OH. And now to the fraudsters. You reap what you sow, and your seeds are deceit, greed, and corruption. We are resolved to till every field and turn over every rock to find you and bring you to justice. To all my partners, thank you. Let's keep going, let's keep up the fight, and let's leave no doubt as to the score. And I'll now turn the podium over to our great partner at the SBA, Administrator Kelly Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Attorney General. I'm truly honored to be part of the President's task force to eliminate fraud. I'm so grateful for his fight for the American people on this issue, and I'm grateful to Vice President Vance for his leadership and to Chairman Ferguson and the entire team here to take on their willingness to take on this issue and the criminals that no other administration has been willing to go after. Small businesses are our biggest job creator in the country, but they're also our nation's biggest taxpayers. Like every taxpayer, they deserve to know that the programs that they pay into will be there for those who need them, not siphoned away by fraudsters who would rather steal from hardworking Americans than become hardworking Americans. Since day one, the SBA has focused our efforts on the Paycheck Protection Program, which will go down as one of the most defrauded federal programs in American history. During the pandemic, our agency delivered $1.2 trillion that was meant for small businesses, of which the Office of Inspector General deemed $200 billion was stolen, including right here in Ohio. The Biden administration chose to look the other way, giving criminals de facto amnesty at the expense of your taxpayers. But this administration is choosing accountability. Last month, the SBA referred 560,000 borrowers to the DOJ and Treasury. That's over 500,000 borrowers to start collections and prosecutions for $22 billion in suspected PPP fraud. Today, we've announced suspensions for 140,000 borrowers across California, Minnesota, and Maine, totaling $9 billion. And today, I'm here to announce suspensions for over 27,000 Ohio borrowers tied to $1.1 billion in suspected PPP fraud. As you've heard today, this task force is exposing the fraudsters, making them return what they stole, and sending them to jail. The Trump administration will uphold law and order and not protect criminals at the expense of honest, hardworking Americans. This administration is putting up new guardrails for the future, and we will go state by state to correct the past. I want to thank my colleagues for their dedication. None of this would have been possible without the President's fight for the American people, the Vice President's leadership, and this team's hard work. There is no fraud too small. And that's why the SBA is proud to help deliver justice on behalf of America's job creators. Thank you, and it's now my honor to turn it over to our FTC Chairman, Andrew Ferguson.
Good morning. We are here because President Trump decided to declare war on fraud, and the only way we could assemble a team like this, state officials, local federal officials, senior national federal officials, all to combat fraud, is because of President Trump's leadership. And he put Vice President Vance in charge of the anti-fraud task force, the point of the spear in the war on fraud, because Vice President Vance has the determination, energy, and leadership to carry this thing forward across the entire federal government along with our state partners. The Vice President has articulated a clear vision for how this war will go, a two-pronged attack on fraudsters. The Department of Justice and their partners in state governments and the Department of Homeland Security will put fraudsters in jail, and the agencies will make sure that we install safeguards so that the money never reaches the fraudsters' pockets in the first place. Today, you've seen both prongs of this attack on full display. The department getting arrest after arrest, indictment after indictment in the war on fraud, and the agencies led, for example, by Administrator Loeffler. SBA has done more work than almost any agency in the federal government to combat fraud, making sure that this money never gets back to fraudsters and the money that did go out the door is recovered. Today, I'm here to announce another major implementation in the agency part of this war on fraud. HHS Office of the Inspector General, led by March Bell in coordination with the task force, has decertified Hawaii's Medicaid Fraud Control Unit. Let me explain why this is important. Every year, the United States taxpayers send $2 trillion through Medicaid and Medicare out to the states. There are conditions on the money that goes out to the states, and one of them is very simple. If states want access to this money, they have to create a unit to fight fraud in those states, led by the attorney generals of those states. We are joined up here by Dave Yost. Ohio's Medicaid Fraud Control Unit is one of the gold standard control units for fighting fraud in the United States, and that is a credit to his leadership. The opposite has been taking place in Hawaii. For more than a decade, Hawaii's Medicaid Fraud Control Unit has received millions and millions of dollars to fight fraud and has consistently been one of the lowest performing fraud units in the country. They have been the subject of continued demands to improve their performance since 2014, dating back to the Obama administration. And from 2020.
Oh, by the way, where did Obama move to? Yeah, he's got a house in Massachusetts and Nantucket, and of course in Washington, but he's always in Hawaii, isn't he? Coincidence? Is it a coincidence that the worst offending health unit is in Hawaii? And my wife Robin lived in Hawaii for like 10 years. I went there to visit the people she was staying with. Great people. They're not con artists. So somebody made sure that those people were looking the other way since 2014. Interesting.
1 to 2025, Hawaii's Medicaid funding went up 27%. Their Medicaid enrollment went up 40%. And they did not produce a single conviction or obtain a single indictment of a fraudster from 2021 to 2025. And so this morning, the Inspector General, in coordination with the task force, exercised his statutory obligation to end the grants being paid to Hawaii, to make sure that money that goes out the door to the states is going to actually fight fraud. Less than a month ago, HHS sent a letter to every single AG in the United States and said, we are putting you on notice for the first time.
Somebody put up this comment, and I just want to make sure you understood what I said. I did not say he was from Hawaii. I said he has a house in Nantucket or up there somewhere. He has a house in Washington, and he has property in Hawaii. He goes to property. I didn't say he was from there. We all know where he's from.
Trump administration is going to take seriously the obligation that you have an effective Medicaid fraud control unit in your state. Everyone is on notice, and today Hawaii is being decertified for its abject failure to enforce state and federal law to prohibit fraud in Hawaii. And the reason this is important is because one of the requirements for getting Medicaid money for your state is to have an effective Medicaid fraud control unit. And if you don't have one, it can jeopardize the state's access to Medicaid money generally. So I want everyone in every state to look to the example of Dave Yost and Ohio. This is what you're striving for. Arrests, convictions, the protections of the taxpayers in your state and of the Medicaid programs in your state, and avoid becoming like Hawaii that has 0 convictions and 0 indictments to show for millions and millions of taxpayer dollars to fight fraud.
I heard a lot of information. We're happy to take questions. If it's not to me, just address it to somebody else, and we'll make sure they get up here to the microphone. So the question is, how did this fraud start? I mean, I think it's been going on for a very long time. And by the way, the Department of Justice has prosecuted fraud cases for decades. This isn't a new thing we're doing. But what we realized over the past several years, there were certain jurisdictions, including Minnesota, where the compliance was so lax or non-existent that you could literally just steal millions and millions of dollars with nobody even checking, with nobody even investigating. And so when you talk about what Dr. Oz was talking about just stopping the flow of money, that's different than a criminal prosecution. That's a very basic step to say, wait a second, we're not supposed to be giving you money, putting aside whether you're committing a crime or not. And that wasn't happening. And you talk about what the SBA is doing. It's the same idea. There's compliance that we can put in place, but that we expect states to put in place. And so so this has been we call it a war, and it is. We call it a crisis, and it is a crisis because it's your money. Right? It's our money. The generosity of the American taxpayer is going out to just pure thievery. And so I don't think it's fair to blame a particular jurisdiction for the inception of the fraud, but there are certain jurisdictions like Minnesota that we have focused on, and now we're in Ohio, and it's happening in California and New York and other jurisdictions, but we need state partners like Ohio to say it's not, well, we're gonna do our own work to stop the fraud, and that's what we're hoping that being here today motivates other states to follow this lead. It's a great question. If there is a 5-year fraud that we charge, and we, like you just heard from our U.S. attorneys, we're getting cars, we're getting jewelry, we're getting homes, we're getting cash, but we're catching it at the end. Obviously, money is spent along the way. We're not going to be able to recover everything, and it is has to be a priority, and it is a priority to when we go after somebody to make sure we do everything we can to get their ill-gotten gains. It again goes back to what Dr. Oz was talking about, though. stop giving them money, right? So when we turn off the funds because either states or we know that whether it's a center, whether it's a program, whether it's a hospital, whether it's an individual is not qualified, that also stops the flow of money. But it is our mission, and you heard about it today in the forfeiture proceedings that are happening, to not only arrest the bad guy, but also to get every single dime that they made off of this, because we have to create a disincentive. It should not be worth it for these guys to do what they're doing. And until very recently, this was a phenomenal opportunity if you were a criminal. It was unchecked, the money was unlimited, and you could go, like you heard, you can go and buy houses, buy cars, and so that's what we're stopping. Yeah, sure. Dr. Oz, you want to answer that one?
We are definitely suspending payments. I'll give you one example outside of Ohio that I'll come here. 1/3 of all hospices in the entire nation, and again, hospice is a program developed 40 years ago for people at the end of their life, dying of cancer, for example, just to give them a few months of dignity. So you give up your Medicare to get hospice, a lot of money transfers when that happens. Of the 1/3 of all the hospices that are in California, in the entire nation, and actually just in Los Angeles, we have now suspended payments to almost half. Now, a few of these hospices have written AI-generated complaints. A few have generated legitimate complaints. But if we have 24 hospices that we need to turn back on again, and we've shut down, let's say, 900, that's a fairly good hit rate. And so the goal here in Ohio, and the same thing that the MFUCOs, the Medicare Fraud Control Unit here is doing, as well as our U.S. attorneys, is to look around and say, okay, where are the places where there's clear aberrations in spending? If 1/3 of all home health care is in this county, then it makes sense to suspend folks in this county, and we did that today, and we're going to continue to do that together with your local law enforcement. The Office of Inspector General takes this seriously as well. As Acting Attorney General Blanche said, we have the opportunity to claw back money, but I liken this much more to what happened with illegal immigration. Once people have come across the border, and more than 10 million did, it's very hard to get them back out again. But if you never let the border be porous, you don't have that problem. This administration under President Trump very clearly demonstrated it was just an act of desire. If you put your mind to it, you can do it. We don't have illegal immigration right now, thanks to federal enforcement of those laws. The same thing could happen in healthcare if we put our mind to it. We control our destiny. It is up to us.
The other thing that's important to note, these frauds are pretty simplistic, unfortunately. So when Dr. Oz talks about doing the analysis on these hospices, you can tell by the data which ones are legitimate. And it's true, maybe you're wrong every once in a while, but the massive amounts, when you have a particular hospice earning $30,000 a month and another one earning $300,000, and they're the same size, there's something's not right there. So, what? Well, I'm not going to speak to what state officials here have said. I can only tell you about what we see and the results that we react to. What Colin talked about earlier about needing federal and state to work together in every state. When we had the opportunity to come here, when we saw the results that were happening here, we showed up here as opposed to anywhere else because of what we're seeing out of the Attorney General's office, state and local partners. We signed an MOU this morning that's going to allow us to share data. So I guess a local politician can talk, but then we can have people that actually do and act, and I'll take the do and act over just somebody talking any day. Yeah, go back. In the very back. Yes, right. So I think that when it comes to data sharing, transparency, access to records, sharing information, right? So it's one thing if a state agency has it, and it's another thing if that information actually gets to the right state partner or the right inspector general or federal partner. We cannot win this fight against fraudsters unless we work together. And by we, I mean all the federal partners. Like that means the Department of Justice working with the folks on this stage. It means the Department of Justice working with AG's offices. And so anytime you have anybody along that important path that stands up and says, we're not going to do it, or we have an objection, we're not going to share information, it makes it more difficult. We're seeing that in Minnesota. Yet the governor of Minnesota happily say they were cooperating with us when we were executing dozens of enforcement actions around the state. When the truth is, he's suing us. He's not cooperating with us, okay? And so you can actually talk and say things like we'll cooperate, or you can do things like cooperate. And so, again, going back to the question earlier, the reason why we're here is not because of talk and not because of what some politician says, but what is actually happening here. And so that's what look, Colin said it, and it's true. We will work with anybody. Director Cash said the same thing. If you have information, tell us, and we'll work with it. So, other questions? Well, I think I can let the individuals speak to that about how often. It depends on the program. It depends on the state agency. We put a lot of trust in state governments to do the compliance and the auditing. Some states do a great job. You just heard about Hawaii. And by the way, we pay for it. You pay for it. Our tax dollars pay for it. So when we ask a state to spend the taxpayers' dollars wisely, we give them the tools to do so, financially and otherwise. And when we say that that the last administration was asleep at the wheel, it's because they were just letting it happen at these state levels. So when you talk about what Ferguson talked about, hey, we are going to send letters to every state saying you're on notice. That's what we should be doing. That's our job, to say we're giving you money. We want to make sure you're spending it the way you're supposed to be spending it. And if you're not, we're going to stop giving you money. We're going to decertify you, and you're going to have to come back and earn it. So we're reflecting on the very bad things that happened for many years, but we're done with it. We have a task force. We're focused on it every day, and we're moving forward, and we're already seeing extraordinary results in just over a month, 2 months, and the results I fully expect we'll continue to see. Go ahead. So yes, I'm honored and humbled that the president indicated he was going to nominate me today. I was with him last night at the dinner when he said that. I was confirmed a year ago to be the Deputy Attorney General. I still am the Deputy Attorney General. I will work with the senators. I have a good relationship with the Senate of both sides. I don't say no to phone calls. I'll meet with anybody that wants to meet with me. And I think the work that this department has been doing since President Trump took office, if you look at any stat across the board, it's much better. We're much safer. Our communities are better off. Drugs are coming off the streets, and that's what President Trump expects, and that's frankly what I think everybody in this country expects. So I'm looking forward to working with the senators and getting them the information they need through the confirmation process. Last question. Yeah. I mean, I can let others speak to that, but don't worry. I mean, the American people, the American government is extremely generous, and we want to help those among us that need financial help or services. That's why we have these programs. They're good programs. Nobody up here has said that having programs to help families with autistic children is a bad thing. So if you are a parent or somebody who works or runs a center that's doing the right thing, you ought not worry, because what we're doing is actually protecting you. What we're doing by going after the people that are taking advantage of the money and the programs that Congress has put in place and that the president fully supports, is we are making sure that the money goes to the right people. So I don't know if that's true. I think that people that are doing the right thing and parents that are doing the right thing and businesses that are doing the right thing are not worried. They're sleeping well at night because they know that we're not targeting them. We're not targeting people that are doing it right. We're targeting the criminals that are doing it wrong. Okay. All right. I want to thank everybody for coming today. Again, as we end, I want to thank the people on the first row and the second row here. This is a good day for Ohio, even though we're talking about crimes and fraud and stopping it. And so thanks to our partners and thank everybody for being here today. Thank you.
So you're probably just shocked. Your jaw is probably just dropped. That state by state, they're going in, they're finding all this fraud, and hopefully they can get as much of it turned over. But the big thing with it is, I think I want you to understand the money spigot is being turned off across the country. And I think that's why we're seeing some of the craziness. These people are cornered. they've been stealing. They know they've been stealing. And a lot of these people they're arresting aren't made out for going back to jail. They're going to say eventually, they're going to have to just follow the breadcrumbs. And I think we're going to see a lot of people go down. So just be patient. Let him cook. He's got a job to do.
When I get back into the Oval Office, I will totally obliterate the deep state. They will be obliterated.
I think we just have to remember that every single day. Now, tomorrow, just wanted to let you know, there seems to be, I think there's going to be an event tomorrow. I don't know if it's a rally or something, but I'll check that out. So tomorrow, whatever time that event is when I'll be go live. So that's Friday. SV, what you got? Anything before we close?
Yeah, I have a story about some guy that stole something. I just sent it to you on X if you want to bring it up, and I'll read it. It's from alert from the FBI. You know, this stuff, nothing surprises me anymore. This is the interesting story. FBI places a $10,000 bounty on an escaped prisoner who transferred himself $11 million from a victim's stolen Charles Schwab account he accessed on a contraband cell phone. Arthur Cofield, picture below, was serving an 11-year sentence for conspiracy to commit bank fraud and aggravated identity theft at a federal correctional institute, FCI, in Jessup, Georgia. While in the FCI, Cofield allegedly used a contraband cell phone, gained access to a victim's Charles Schwab investment account, and then wired himself $11 million. With the money, Cofield bought a $4 million mansion and 6,106 gold coins. I wonder why that number. I guess that's all that was left in the account, that he transferred to Atlanta via private plane. He escaped the FCI on May 26, and the FBI warns that he is armed and dangerous.
Okay. This guy, wait a second. This guy's got $11 million, a $4 million house, 6,000 gold chains, and you're offering me 10 grand?
That's not enough.
No. I could go to Mr. Cofield here and say, hey, listen, they're giving me 10,000 to turn you in. Give me 50. Give me 50, and I'll walk away. All right, guy,
give me 50.
Just let me dip my beak. Give me 50. Give me 100 of these gold coins, and we'll call it a day, right? And don't think you're going to shoot me because I told people I'm coming to see you. All right, so oh my gosh, 10 grand.
He's got some tats there on his face. He looks like he could be a gang member.
Yeah,
or something.
he definitely has some prison tats there. That's for sure. 10 grand ain't gonna do it.
Yeah, that's not enough for me to get involved, man. Offer me about $100K or a little bit more. I might think about it.
Make it worth people's. Oh my gosh, how did he escape?
That is not shown in the story, but already I'm sure the left's saying he didn't do nothing.
And how in the hell did he jump into somebody's Charles Schwab account with a contraband phone? You had to have still known, hey, Fred has a Charles Schwab account.
Right. A lot of questions to be unanswered. Something smells a little stinky.
Yeah, I smell a little inside job here.
Thanks.
I'm smelling Shawshank Redemption. he found out a bad guy's information and he took it from the bad guy, because they don't say who's stolen.
No, I couldn't find out anything else about it. I mean, it definitely sounds like something they can make a good movie from. Shawshank Part 2.
Yeah, he's probably in what was it, San Guantanamo or something. That's where Morgan Freeman had to meet Timothy Robbins. San Guantanamo.
Yeah, that beautiful sandy beach. He's carving his little boat up, man, living the life.
But 11 million. How much was on the house? The house was 4 million. That's gone.
4 million.
Yeah, they'll get that.
Yeah.
So you're running with 6,000 gold coins. Good gosh.
He's in some island that's definitely Jamaica, man.
Hey, you could buy a whole lot of silence for a couple $1 million. So
I like that silence.
Yeah. If you keep the silence, you won't need the violence. That's what we can say.
What are you talking about, Barry?
Violence going on. All right.
All right. Well, have a great evening.
Thank you for today. We're talking about that crazy congressman. That's who we were referring to. All right. Let me do super chat so you guys can get. Thank you so much for hanging out, everybody. I mean, we're going to be at 4 hours here, so thank you. Barry, excuse me. I'm new to stocks. Advice to invest in SpaceX. It is best to get an online brokerage account. If so, do you have recommendations? All right. So, any guy in a suit, any lawyer will tell you, I'm not giving you financial advice. I'm just telling you information. And by the way, there's a whole lot of information out there right now. But there's a bunch of different places you can open an account. Charles Schwab, just hopefully that, some criminal won't get your information. Schwab, Robinhood, very simple. So there's a lot of places you can open an account. What's another one? TDS? I mean, not TDS. What's it called? But Robinhood might be the easiest at this point. Demon of Cybertron, why are they worried about USAID? Because that's the midterm war chest of the Democrats. The reason that one man was not being worried. Yep, and that's why now we're turning off the spigot in Ukraine. They're done. They're absolutely done. Barry, I'm reclaiming my time, reclaiming my damn time. Quality classics. Your content is second to none. Thank you. I will be your greatest success story. How can I share what I have in store? Real estate related. I changed my name here to match X. I think you sent me an email. Send me an email, and I can get a hold of you. Excuse me. Bianca, Dems are upset there's no money to compete in 26, 2028 races. Oh, they got money, but see, here's the other part of it. Glad you mentioned that. They have money, but now they're probably getting afraid in terms of using that money because now it's going to get traced. With Scott Bessent and everything he's doing about tracing money, now it's just not people looking the other way. You can send 50 grand to this NGO. They're going to know. I think that's a big problem for the Democrats. Pekoski, just kidding. I went for a gelato. Thank you. Brian Newland just watched the Sports Illustrated runway video. Holy smokes, she is beautiful and natural. You remember that old Seinfeld episode? They're real and they're spectacular. I couldn't help it. Pekoski, thank you again. Ed Sloan, Barry, I got SPX IPO this morning. Well, Ed, you can answer tell us in the chat. Where did you go? Where did you log in? And, where are you holding your account to get some of that IPO? Love to know. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, we should have California voting results just in time for the 2028 election. What a scam. What a scam. Brad, Congress is a shit show. I reclaim my time. The first person who said that was probably Maxine Waters, and now they all do it. And that's why I don't show the whole hearing anymore, because it's a shit fest. Excuse my language. Patty, Bridget Gabrielle from Lebanon. I've seen her on Fox. Now a U.S. citizen, wrote a good book because they hate. She's also on X and YouTube. She has a firsthand knowledge of the radical Islamists. Thanks, Barry, for all you do. Yeah, I've seen her on television many times. Good stuff. Cutting edge. The big arrest began, and he ignited the spark. I agree. Cheers up. Bolton was talking out of his butt. 85% of defendants plead out because it's almost impossible to fight the unlimited checkbook of the government. G. Fisher, Dems won 13% of all counties last election. Now their illegal networks have been erased by Trump and DOJ. Yeah, I don't see how they can compete in the midterms. I really don't. G. Fisher again, thank you. With this mass fraud being uncovered, politician arrest day is coming. I think it's very. Imagine if you were involved in some of this stuff. You got to be crapping your pants because now they're digging. Nobody even dug before. Let's see here. Chiosop. Yeah. Okay. Oh no. Missed this one. Wait. I missed a couple. Okay, here we go. Chiosop, they have stolen $36 trillion. I don't know if that much, but they definitely a lot. Claw 6. I heard ICE is racist because they only arrest foreigners. That's funny. Cheers up again. AOC says rich people didn't earn their money because she sees the rich people in her party and how they got that is a good statement. She knows that they've been stealing money. You're exact. That is a good statement. Excuse me. Dave Rattan, disappear him and disappear his 6,100 gold coins into my pocket. That's another thing. If people now know he's walking around with 6,000 gold coins, he's a mark. Definitely, he's a mark. And cheers up again and send them to Haiti to barbecue. You're mean, very mean. All right, everybody. Wow, this is a long one. Thank you guys for tuning in. I will see you tomorrow. I got to find out what that event President Trump is doing tomorrow, and I will see you guys then.
breaking news into the Fanfare news feed.
For those of you still here, I wanted to jump in real quick. Wanted to give you some breaking news that President Trump just posted on Truth Social. President Trump has posted on Wednesday, June 24th at 7 p.m. in magnificent Washington, D.C., now totally beautified and one of the safest cities anywhere in the world, and in celebration of our country's 250-year history, we will be bringing you live the greatest rally ever. It will be special at every level. A rally to end all rallies. We don't want singers with no talent, but big fees to put you to sleep. We've told them all to stay home. All we want is you, me, a few speakers, and the greatest music ever played. The same music you have listened to for years. We will have the fabulous Lee Greenwood introducing me, President Trump, with what has turned out to be one of the greatest hits of all time, God Bless the USA, and the amazing Christopher Macchio, who will sing Wink, 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 Nessun Dorma. Hallelujah, Ave Maria, God Bless America, and others. Not since the legendary Luciano Pavarotti has there been such a voice. The rally will also be featuring the wonderful U.S. Army Band, Pershing Zone, and Armed Forces Choir, and the President's own United States Marine Band, with the Joint Armed Forces Chorus, all of your favorite hits, plus a fine and highly dignified gentleman known as President Donald J. Trump. I just wanted you guys to hear that. We do have a giant rally. We also have a rally tomorrow, but it looks like we're going to have the rally in Washington, and I don't care what entertainers show up. I'm sure there's going to be a few more, but now we know he's going to have a big, giant, massive rally to celebrate America 250. Just thought you guys might want to hear that.
Ohio.